Effects are seen every day as heat waves become more frequent and intense. Destructive wildfires rage across ever greater expanses of land, and persistent drought oblige us to put mandatory water-saving measures in place. We need to regain growth rates and transform economies following a model that guarantees a more efficient use of resources, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and ensuring a fair transition for all citizens. In order to achieve these goals, investments of considerable magnitude must be made in a context in which the traditional instruments of economic policy are severely limited. On one hand, monetary policy is currently focused on controlling the high inflation rates caused by the war. This, in turn, has led to an overall increase in interest rates. On the other hand, conventional fiscal policy has little margin for action because of the high level of debt accumulated over the successive crises. As a result, my fiscal colleagues remind us of a need for a very strong budget system, but we have to bear in mind that when talking about public budgeting, we need to be efficient and savings. And along that line, Article 8.2 of the law of Andalusia refers to same criteria. So it's very important that public expenditure must be in accordance with saving and efficiency. In current context with the economic crisis, increased fiscal pressure will reduce our margin to increase our public expenditure. And we need to improve our public expenditure, orientate our expenditure to a more efficient situation in which we generate savings through activities that are not needed, and to work in a more efficient way. Spending reviews is a very interesting tool for that, and this is why we are here today. Spending reviews is a systematic analysis of expenditure in order to detect margin to improve in efficiency, generate efficiency, savings, and opportunities to reduce generate savings, efficacy, and opportunities for spending cuts in low priority or cases of ineffectiveness. On the one hand, they help improve the quality of public finances by identifying policy changes and the way public expenditure is managed. On the other hand, they contribute to more efficient spending by budget savings. Essentially, this is a valuable tool for fiscal responsibility by revisiting priorities in public spending and promoting budgets that are more predisposed to growth and equality. In many of our neighboring countries, spending reviews have become the general rule, largely due to EU recommendations. In Spain, these recommendations were taken up by our government in its stability program from 2017 to 2020 and its commitment to initiate an integral review of public spending in 3 years, commissioning the review to the Independent Authority for Fiscal Responsibility. The phases of this development have reached their end, and many areas of interest were reviewed, such as subsidies, pharmaceutical, hospital expenditures, active employment policies, and others. The Junta de Andalucía, which is responsible for some of the areas under review, cooperated with the Fiscal Authority, Review Authority, in the development of this research, contributing with information and the region's insight on management when requested. But in 2019, the Junta commissioned AREF a review of the Andalusian public university system, which is an example of the interest that the Andalusian government has in spending reviews as a useful instrument. Likewise, item 29 of the Recovery and Resilience Instrument explicitly refers to spending reviews as a tool for improving the efficiency and quality of public spending. And there is a new review program for the period 22-26 and ensuring the creation of a permanent division for spending reviews in the Fiscal Authority, as well as the inclusion of spending review results in the budgetary decision-making process. We are fully aware of the need to enhance the quality of public spending. Today's meeting reacts to the Andalusian government's interest in developing tools that increase spending efficiency whilst improving the quality of services provided to citizens, fostering greater motivation for public servants by means of generating new ideas and innovating in management practices. We are privileged to have hear the responsible people from the Independent Fiscal Accountability Authority. The president of AREF, Cristina Herrero, is unable to be here in person, but she will be joined by the head of the Division for Spending Reviews, José María Casado. Together, they will put spending reviews in context for us and explain their importance. Once they concluded, we will have a panel who will provide us with an overview of spending reviews, first from the standpoint of the European Commission, represented by Elva Bova, Deputy Head of Fiscal Government at the DG for Economic and Financial Affairs. She will be followed by Alfrum Tryggvadottir from the OECD, who will summarize some of the best practices in spending reviews. The panel will conclude with a presentation by Kunt Algoed, General Secretary of the Department of Finance and Budgets for the regions of Flanders in Belgium, who will share the Flemish spending review experience. After the coffee break, we will have a second panel discussion in which various different entities involved in spending reviews will offer their insight into how it's all done in practice. We will hear from representatives from International Financial Analysts, F.P.A, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and the Foundation for Applied Economics, F.P.A. Last but not least, Andalusian Regional Minister for Economy, Finance and European Funds will share with some closing words. But since she will not be able to attend, there will be the Deputy Minister who will conclude this session. Time is gold, as Constantino Romero used to say. We start with the presentation by Cristina Herrera and José María Casado. Very good morning. Can you hear me properly? Yes. Okay. So, very good morning to you all. And first of all, I want to thank the Foundation on Public Responsibility of Andalusia for inviting us to be part of this today's session. I am particularly personally very happy to be here in this session devoted to spending reviews on public expenditure. I'm so sorry not to be able to be in Sevilla with you all, but I think I'm sending a very good representative, which is the head of the evaluation division of the AREF. I will not be wrong if I say that all of us present here, we couldn't imagine a few years ago that the evaluation of public finances would be a key area of interest for all governments. Concepts like spending reviews were not known by society at large only a few years ago, neither by the public administration, public policy makers. But today there is an increased interest in analyzing the efficiency of public expenditure and also of income and public income in order to have better decisions, informed decisions, evidence-based decisions for the public spending and to use the public resources in the best possible way. We are now in a context, as the director said, I agree with many of the ideas that he has pointed out and that I will insist on them, that the situation of fiscal authorities is not easy and the fiscal pressure will not be easy, and these complications, this difficult time will not be fixed in the near future because of many factors, but also of the aging population, which will mean a higher level of expenditure in pensions or health. This is why we need to find out alternative ways to ensure good use of the public funds with the resources at hand without putting in danger stability. So the evaluation of public policies must be a key tool in order to assure this. I would like to refer to a few of the questions on what was the path that took us to the current situation, what is the situation on the evaluation of public expenditure, and then I would like to share with you my vision on how I think we would go in regarding this public expenditure and its evaluation. As I said, the evaluation of public policies is something which is raising more and more interest in all actors, and the evaluation as we know it today is possible thanks to the European influence. In September 2016, the Eurogroup recommended the different European member states to use spending reviews as a tool to improve the quality of public finances. And also, this group agreed on a number number of principles to guide these decisions and started a regular exchange of practices and experiences in the different member states. This European proposal reached the Council that gave some concrete advice to some countries. In Spain, we were given the advice to have an overall review of the public budgeting and expenditure, and that was the beginning of the first phase of the spending review that we carried out from 2017 to 2020. Recently, in January 2022, we were recommended, the Euro countries, to continue along this path of spending reviews in order to improve the quality of public finances. And in March this year, the different stability programs indicated the need to strategy to reduce debt in countries that are highly indebted, like ours, in order to have a high-quality adjustment program. So we are not talking about an adjustment in quantitative levels, but also we are asked to do it in a qualitative way in order to improve the economic efficiency of the public policies. So in recent communications by the European Union Commission, they insisted on the need to improve public finances and a change in the orientation, because public finances will be a tool for stability in a more equality framework, more equality-oriented framework. The European Commission published a new guideline on the European governance. So first of all, a mid-term orientation. With this mid-term orientation, the Commission stated as a key objective the sustainability of the debt and sustainable growth. We will also have a strengthened role for fiscal independent authorities like AREF, and also that the quality of public finances will be the key element component of sustainability. The Commission highlights in this communication that in order to improve public finances, the structural mid-term plans, this should be a key element. At national level, this European push has been translated into the analysis of different systems in the first phase, 2017-2020. The Independent Fiscal Accountability Authority is being commissioned to carry out these spending reviews, which is a whole new way to approach the way to manage public funds, and particularly the activity of the independent authority. Starting from the general to the more concrete aspects, from the starting of the spending reviews, the principles of efficiency had never been part of the design of public policies, and whenever we need to implement cuts in spending, public spending, we never had into account any results of the previous or the efficiency of the previous budget. So these general cuts were more or less distributed amongst all ministries, safeguarding obviously some particular expenditure linked to the social spending or the security in the country. The 2008 crisis also pushed the implementation of spending reviews in several European countries, but in our country we had a very short-term way to approach these things, and we needed to send the financial markets a clear signal that we were committed to stability, so that the most important decision was the agreement on non-availability and the shortens of the fiscal delays and spending delays. So the different public administrations did not implement this evaluations approach, but the measures that the country took in 28 are not affecting the different situation of the public finances that can be fragile even though we are actually meeting the annual targets. And when we're talking about linear reduction of expenditure, the evaluations allow us to identify which policies are working, which policies are not working, how to orient income and expenditure, and how to design whatever is not reaching the targets, the goals, the objectives for which it were created. So spending reviews were a real change, not only from the central administration, but also from the administration at the autonomous community level. So the IREF had more and more requests from the autonomous communities and the will from many regional governments to to start this new evaluation culture in their organization. The fact that we are talking here about public policies and spending is a clear example of this renewed interest in evaluation for public expenditure. But spending reviews was a change, a complete change in the way of work of the IREF, which was a strategic principle of its strategic plan from 2026, which was a central activity of the institution through 4 action lines. First of all, to give a push to the regulatory changes in order for the evaluation to be part of the permanent work of the IREF. In 2020, we didn't have an evaluation division. The second line of action was to develop the evaluation of public policies that were requested by the different public administrations at central and regional level, to analyze the proposals developed during the evaluations, which is of vital importance. And the fourth line of action to really highlight the culture of evaluation in the budgeting exercise. And this is why we are increasing our efforts to disseminate the methodology of evaluation and our work and research with different institutions, both at the central, regional level, and of course the academia. In order to strengthen these objectives and in order to consolidate the evaluation activity within our institution, it was extremely important to have the new program of transformation and resilience, whose component 29 acknowledges the need for the evaluation that the IREF carries out and commit itself to continue doing these spending reviews in the future budgetary process 2022-2026. And the government commit itself to include in the decision-making process the recommendations arising from the spending reviews, and also that we need this for the different reports. Up to now, the IREF has implemented already 2 of the 3 phases of the spending reviews in the updating of the Stability Program 2017-2020. The first phase was focused in subsidies. Subsidies, as any funds that are given without any feedback, like including the active employment policies, scholarships, and it was 32 billion euro. The second phase was devoted to health and employment, and also we added on top of that new areas such as train infrastructure and the efficiency of some fiscal benefits. In this case, the volume of resources that were evaluated were 58 billion euro. And on top of that, we have carried out evaluations that José María will explain in detail, that were commissioned by autonomous communities that wanted to deepen different areas of their within their powers in areas such as health, active employment policies, or education. In this particular case, the resources affected by this evaluation are about 3 billion euro, and we are now in the midst of this third phase. As the central spending review for the central government, we are starting the third phase, which is the strategic evaluation of the financial instruments to support the productive sector, including the analysis of the strategic approach of the different tools and in-depth analysis of the different tools that are used to support the internationalization of businesses. And also we are analyzing the use of urban waste, because this is a very interesting area to see the differences between the central, regional, and local governments, up to 14 billion euro. We have also implemented the new phase of the new spending review that is increasing the use of public funds for the support of productive sector, particularly in those sectors that have been strengthened to promote recovery and economic growth after the COVID-19 crisis, and also the cost from the different administrations. But it is clear that this growing demand from evaluations needed a whole change in the structure of the IRF to have necessary resources to carry out these evaluations with the quality that we have always shown in everything we've endeavored. So the Recovery and Transformation Plan also committed itself to strengthen the evaluation aspect of the IRF through the creation of the new division of evaluation of public funding. We have with us the director of this division that will share with us some of the evaluation work that we carried out and what we have foreseen for the near future. Once I explained the path to here, I would like to conclude my intervention with sharing a reflection looking to the future. I think evaluation is here to stay, but that means a real commitment from all the different stakeholders. First of all, we need to know that IRF is not the only authority that has the power to carry out spending reviews. There are many different organizations and institutions in the different countries. So there is a whole array of institutions that are, of course, recognized by the IRF in the design of a institutional structure for the spending reviews that we carried out with a study commissioned by the Autonomous Community of Castilla-León, by which we had different spending reviews departments in every regional ministry, and also a general spending review division, and then external spending reviews, independent external reviews. And the Ministry for Economy and Tax would be the one in charge to integrate the results of all the evaluations of the other institutions. So this institutional arrangement is already well in place. But I consider that the spending reviews carried out by the IRF should be focusing in public policies that are relevant and cross-cutting costs, policies in which IRF has a competitive advantage because its scope of action covers all different public administrations: healthcare, education, employment policies, environment, dependency, fight against poverty, justice administration, or research and development are some of the examples of the kind of public policies that which analysis should be carried out by the IRF, because this scale economy would provide all the administration with a clear analysis, a clear study, and these administrations would profit from the best practices identified by these IRF's findings. And IRF has a competitive advantage, which is the capability to create synergies between its evaluation capacity and its capacity of fiscal overview, both in the fiscal part and in the budgetary area. The fiscal overview helps to really carry out evaluation spending reviews, taking into account evidence of what's going on in reality, and also the use of microdata, which will allow us to really know the real concrete image of what's going on at the different levels. And thanks to these synergies, or together on top of these synergies, the IRF is an independent authority, has a very high technical level and access to data thanks to the community arrangement, the European Union arrangement, and thanks to the decisions of the government that commits us to do this spending review. So the IRF is the right institution to carry out these spending reviews, but we should not be the only ones to do it. These reviews are complementary to those carried out by other institutions. If we want to consolidate spending reviews, we need a full commitment from all the stakeholders in these matters, and the different public administrations need to be able to accept the spending review, to accept the evaluation, and to cooperate in order to integrate efficiency in their processes. So a political will is an absolute must in order for these spending reviews to be taken into account. I think we've moved forward a great deal in the assessment of public policies, and we are still on the right path to continue increasing and improving the quality of these spending reviews. So public policies spending reviews should consolidate as a key tool in the definition of public policies. At the European level, there is a clear decision to promote growth and quality, to put it in the center of the future governance framework. At national level, we should continue working along those lines. Let me conclude by giving the floor to the General Director of the Public Expenditure Evaluation Division, and let me thank you for your invitation, and I wish you a very profitable journey, and I'm sure it will be the case. Good morning, and enjoy your day.
Muy bien.
Thank you so much, Christine.
Y yo me quedaría con dos reflexiones muy rápidas. La evaluación ha venido para quedarse y la necesidad del compromiso por los agentes intervinientes en el proceso presupuestario. José María, cuando quieras. Sí.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias en primer lugar a la Junta de Andalucía por la invitación. Siempre es un placer estar en esta ciudad tan maravillosa que tenéis y muchísimas gracias por contar con AIREF, que tenía que estar aquí evidentemente en el día de hoy. Creo que es un programa.
Thank you to the Foundation for Tax Studies, the Public Tax Studies of Andalusia, for the invitation. So, as Christina said, the European Commission is the driving force behind promoting spending reviews, and the OECD is also doing marvelous work in terms of assisting different countries in their efforts to put in place spending review programs. So, of course, there are many other institutions and stakeholders from academia, from the private. We have F.P.A, or PricewaterhouseCoopers. They are all examples of that ongoing effort to put in place to implement spending reviews, and I think it's going to be a very promising future in terms of everyone coming together on this joint effort. So, after the introductory presentation by Christina, I have nothing more to add than to give you practical and real life examples of what Christina made reference to. So I'm going to be talking about the on the ground work that's being done, and Christina has talked about the principles, and we're also going to talk about the institutionalization of spending reviews. As you know, the European Commission has made recommendations to that effect, and I'm going to give you a couple of examples of some of these spending reviews that we have underway in AIREF, and these have to do with the regional spending reviews that have been commissioned to us. So I'm going to go very quickly through the first couple of slides I had prepared for you. As you know, it helps governments and policymakers to determine whether the policies that they have designed actually meet the objectives for which they were designed, and to analyze their usefulness. And so spending reviews provide rigorous information to public policymakers as well as to the public at large on the resources invested in policies, their results, and the most effective alternatives. At the same time, they are a very useful tool in transparency. So the public, as I said, is very well aware then of the most successful policies, the most effective policies, and the difficulties that public management entails. And so we can say that this is a very useful tool both for the public and private sectors. Christina already mentioned some of the the steps prior to the present that have been taken. We started in 2017 with the first commissioned spending reviews from the regions of Cantabria and Catalonia. After that, we got the EU push for the spending review for 2018-2021 in 3 phases. And then we had phase 1 and 2, as Christina mentioned, are completed, and now we are in phase 3. And very closely linked to some of the ideas that she mentioned, we are now in the process of carrying out spending reviews in areas such as healthcare, education, transport infrastructure,
Como se ha señalado anteriormente, ahora estamos en la fase
etc. So now we're in the phase of consolidation, and we are obviously, as you all know, in this phase of economic recovery, and this entails some very important points in terms of spending reviews and the exercise in doing so. But just as I said earlier, even if we have the support of the European Commission and the European Union as a whole, we also have the support of the different regions in Spain. As you know, Spain is made up of 17 autonomous regions, and areas such as Valencia, Navarra, the Balearic Islands, the Canary Islands, etc. Many different regions are expanding their activities and want to include public spending review. They want to include spending reviews in their tax budgeting and fiscal management systems. So I think this is going to be an important step forward. And just to give you an idea of some of the assignments that we have received from the central administration as well, we have been carrying out spending reviews on, for example, areas such as the minimum subsistence income, active employment policies, etc. And I'm going to be talking about throughout my presentation some of the regions that we have provided spending reviews for. They have been commissioned by the regional governments as well as, for example, university systems. We have used a number of different methodologies that are both quantitative and qualitative in nature. These are a sort of mixed strategy, and I've put this on the screen so that you can see the combination of these methods that we use to analyze both the impact and the implementation of design of public policies. And this is very important, especially when we're looking at impact reporting and results-based evidence. So this is absolutely necessary for us to have this information available for public policymakers, and that's why we use this circle, and we have to use both of these approaches. Over the past few years, we have reinforced the identification of causality. So this is a central element of our evaluations, and we have to ensure that the results are actually due to the policies that are being implemented and not other elements. And for example, it could be the economic cycle, or it could be other policies that are taking place at the same time. So it's extremely and technically difficult to identify causality. And in order to do so, we have to have a lot of data. We have to have a wealth of data and the most accurate data, and combine this data in such a way that we can determine the causality. So most of the time that we devote to evaluation in spending wars is to filtering data, getting the best possible data available in different phases, and cross and contrast that data so that we can ensure that they are absolutely accurate and relevant to the reporting that we want to get done. As I mentioned earlier, these are some of the areas that we're working in: tax benefits, minimum vital income, or the minimum subsistence income, active employment policies, and both in the central government as well as in the regions. But before going into delving into one of these spending reviews, I'd like to talk a little bit about the topic of institutionalization. As you know, recently IDF has carried out in 2020-2022 reflections upon the framework that we think spending reviews should take. And this is work that we have done under the auspices of the region of Castile-Leon. Their commission to us was to carry out a spending review on how they could reinforce their spending reviews in their own region, but we decided to carry it to another level and make it a much more international study in scope. And so we consulted with the European Commission and the OECD, and we decided to work jointly with them to consensuate a study for the regions. And in a country such as our own, in which we have a very peculiar situation for our very high level of decentralization, I think it's good to have a design that is optimum and efficient for this kind of decentralized spending review. So these are the 4 articles that have been published in 2022 by IDF in professional journals, as well as in our own reports. We have the report of Castile-Leon's region, and then we also have another article that was published by the OECD that is jointly co-authored by our institution, and then other academic articles that were published by Elisa del Pino Luisa del Pino and others. So again, we are carrying out comparative studies of several different regions, and in the fourth article, we have a comparative study of 8 different countries with spending reviews, with Spain as a comparative perspective. So this is just to preface what I was going to say about the institutionalization of these. And so we are going to be working on regulatory frameworks, organizational structures, evaluation capacity and culture, planning and use. And just to summarize, in these 4 different areas, I have an example here of the international comparative studies that we carried out for an international journal. But allow me to look at some of the, or perhaps one of the main messages that I would like you to take with you. Of course, I would encourage you to read the articles in their entirety, because I'm just going to be able to skip over very summarily some of the points. But the first is the regulatory framework. A spending review law is neither necessary nor a sufficient condition to promote the institutionalization of the evaluation of public expenditures. So when we carried out our international comparative study, we saw that countries such as the United States or the UK that have a long track record of spending reviews really didn't have a law underlying for example, the evidence-based budgeting process is not underpinned by a law in the United States, but was considered necessary for the consolidation of fiscal processes, but in providing data and for more accurate and efficient budget planning. So we do know that there are countries that have perhaps less of a history of spending reviews may require a law, but those that have a longer history in spending reviews do not have a regulatory framework underpinning it. And secondly, if we look at some of the organizational issues, centralization of spending reviews around a single agent is not widespread, nor is it the most successful practice. It is a multi-agent or multi-stakeholder activity. It requires different institutions, government bodies, as well as academia, the private sector, independent authorities such as IDF, are all in the loop, so to speak. So we need coordination as well as training and capacity building on behalf of all of these agents and stakeholders to make this experience an optimum one. Moving on from that and talking about institutionalization of spending reviews, we feel that there are 2 necessary factors. One is the external and independent evaluation body, which in this case would be IDF. And then we have the evaluation drive unit, which would be the evaluation champions, those who commission the spending review. And we are completely convinced, we are fully convinced that both of these are equally important in the spending review. The evaluators themselves, which could be IDF, research centers, academia, or consulting firms, whereas the evaluation champions would be in charge of management centers, that is, the institution responsible for the ministries, the different line ministries, departments, and city councils, as well as the unit responsible for the integration of all of the proposals, and as our president said, the integration and the evaluation of these results and implementing them into government action, putting them into action in the budget cycle. So what are some of the roles of the evaluation champions? Well, according to the OECD, these roles are encourage the conduct and use of evaluations, coordinate evaluations across institutions, systemize the process, promote the impact, support the efforts with manuals and guidelines, or produce or commission evaluations. So, having said that, these 2 elements that here we have the evaluation bodies, the actual evaluators, so to speak, on the one hand, but then we have the Evaluation Tax Forum, which is the secretariat for spending reviews, and they are called What Works. It's a network. What Works Network is in the UK, which is the public body responsible for coordinating the entire effort, and it's so to speak the coordinator or secretary. But this is not a common practice. Normally, public policy evaluation has to have a multi-agent structure. And the fourth area, more and more, and I think today's meeting shows us very clearly that we increasingly need better planning and more efficient use of public expenditure. And so the development of a framework is, I think, the ideal way to link evaluation with strategic planning and budget programming and establish a system of indicators and a common observatory of findings and proposals. So I think this is one of the takeaways from my presentation. So we have quite a lot of work ahead of us, and we have a number of challenges to face so that as we work, we can increasingly see how the results of our spending reviews are part of the budget cycle, but part of the budget planning phase, so that it is not only part and parcel of the budget period planning, but also in other sectors of government. So moving on to some of the examples of the spending reviews that we have carried out in the regions of Spain, some of the findings and proposals. As I mentioned, we have 11 spending reviews underway at present, and these are reviews, and I wanted to stress this as one of the major messages of this part of my presentation, is that this is not a one-size-fits-all solution, but rather we need to work together with the different regions. We work for between 6 and 12 months with the regions. We put ourselves in their shoes, and we can see what can be customized to that particular region. So, for example, we had some work done in the healthcare sector with the central government. We were looking at the costs in different areas and axes such as pharmacies, hospital outpatient, and social health care. We had another commission by the region of Asturias that also requested us to have to implement a spending review for the entire health equipment and infrastructure, as well as human resources. We have Navarra, Valencia, Extremadura, and several other regions in Spain have commissioned spending reviews. The specific example of Aragon is this one. It's in the pharmaceutical sector, 585 million euros in the pharmaceutical sector, including inpatient, outpatient, and socio-sanitary expenditure. Once again, our approximation here is practical in nature. It is eminently customized to the units studied in that particular region. For example, the use of generic or biosimilar products. We were aware that there was a huge margin for improvement in using generic or biosimilar products, and Aragon commissioned this in 2020, and we've worked with them for the past year and a half in the spending. Well, it wasn't quite a year and a half. It was more like 12 months, a year. And after the spending review, even before it was finished, they were already implementing many of the proposals and recommendations that we were putting forward in our spending review. So they have had savings of 23.1 million euros in that short period of time. But there's still room for improvement, and we have figures from 2020 in between 7.4 and 9.6 million euros that further savings could be had. So Aragon has already implemented many of these recommendations, including the use of biosimilar generic products, similar to what was called generic in the past. So today, with the estimations that we have available, with 9.6 in savings could even reach 40 million in savings, because many of these principal active ingredients are being incorporated in the biosimilar products, and they are being used in the healthcare system. So, as I was saying, let's not think, oh no, generics are going to be the rule of thumb from now on. No, we only see where we can apply recommendations and proposals where they can really work, such as in the hospital settings or in hospital pharmaceuticals, and we can identify exactly where, in what specific settings, the major savings can be had. Another recommendation is procurement. A lot of efficiency can be gained in procurement. For example, hospitals are purchasing at a minimum cost, but there's also, example, other areas in which more cost-effective solutions can be found. So major savings can be set. We've also carried out spending reviews in the university systems for different regions around Spain, including Andalusia, which was the pioneer in this area. AIREF carried out an evaluation of public policies in education as a whole, and for Andalusia for the public university system. And I think for the future, we're going to have a very well-tuned system for spending reviews in the academic sector. Also, in active employment policies, we are carrying out spending reviews. As you can see in the different colors, we have some of these are completed, others are ongoing, and we have a lot of very fine research, fine studies of the causalities in the diminishing effectiveness of some of these active employment policies over time. We are also looking at active employment policies in areas of Spain, such as Extremadura, and we're looking at the positive effects of employability and the diminishing effectiveness over time. And this program is losing effectiveness, and so we have to analyze the performance of programs. So performance-based budgeting is calling for our analysis of these programs and their effectiveness and performance, and of course the profitability or the sustainability of those programs over the course of time. So we have also been asked to create a roadmap of indicators, which is going to allow for the follow-up and surveillance of the effectiveness of employability programs to see if they need to be reinforced, if they need to be overhauled, or if they need to be phased out. So, of course, this is going to be one of our major challenges in the future, to be able to study the performance indicators and the adequacy of projects. And so basically this is what I wanted to share with you today in terms of examples, practical examples of what AIREF is doing as an independent authority for fiscal responsibility in the area of spending reviews. Thank you very much.
Acabo, José María, que nos va a faltar trabajo, ¿no?
No. La verdad es que en este últimos años, vamos, en esas fases se ha producido una...
Thank you very much. I think this is an example of some of the way we have been consolidating our position as a spending review authority across Spain and many of the different regions. And now that the programs are taking off, as the President said, it's absolutely key to have other stakeholders to collaborate with. I'd like to say that apart from the fact that AIREF has the role of managing and coordinating and overseeing many of these spending reviews in different sectors, we also want to be a point of contact and a collaborator and a partner with other public and private stakeholders in spending reviews, as well as at the European level with the European Commission and the OECD, so that there are a wide range of institutions involved in spending reviews. So in spite of the fact that I'm here on behalf of AIREF, I'd like to say that this is an activity that requires multi-agent approach. That is absolutely true. I don't know if there are any questions. You talked about the existence of laws. What role do you think that spending reviews are going to have in the bill that is being debated in Congress right now? You're referring to the law on institutionalizing evaluations or spending reviews. Well, in principle, it is true that we foresee that anything that underpins and makes spending reviews more robust and a solid instrument has our support. Now, having said that, when you review the bill on institutionalizing spending reviews, perhaps it's perhaps a bit too ambitious. And as I say that, I mean by that it has to be multi-agent in focus, but at the same time, there has to be coordinators and there has to be an overseer, which would be the administration. And within the managing authorities, what has to be prepared in terms of the data and information that is required for a spending review. And on the other hand, those that are the evaluators themselves have to be external, independent, and guarantee the objectivity of a spending review. So having said that, in these kinds of spending reviews, it's very often hard to see that distinction, hard to see that separation. So there's the separation of the roles of overseer, coordinator, manager, and the evaluators. And so I think the bill has to be very clear on that. It's extremely important for that separation of powers, so to speak, to exist. So perhaps the bill is a bit too general in nature at this. I don't know how it will end up, how the draft will end up looking like, but I think it is going to be an important driving force for the implementation of spending rules, and the OECD and the European Commission have recommended that this be done, that the institutionalization take place. I hope it does happen, but I think it's important to take those two elements into consideration, and added to that, we need to stress the importance of data. I'm always stressing to data suppliers that this is something that cannot be overlooked. It cannot be underestimated. The importance of data is perhaps the most important tool that we have at our disposal to carry out a useful and applicable spending review. And so in order to do that, we need to talk to the data suppliers, and we need to put it on the table. And then when we get to work on a day-to-day basis, that is going to be what tips the balance. So we need to understand the entire process, and we need to understand that the law on data, or the data law, the evidence law in the United States is an example of this. But any law that contributes, in our view, to not separating the roles of the stakeholders is going to perhaps put a stake in the wheel. So I think that needs to be ensured. I don't know if there are any questions from the floor. If you do, please. Well, if there are no questions, I will make the most of the opportunity and ask you about the European Commission's announcement last week of spending reviews and a new framework for fiscal norms and regulations. What do you think of that? Well, I was not on the negotiating table. We have three divisions. We have public expenditure, we have spending reviews, and we have quality assurance and sustainability. So we have a little bit of information about the new fiscal norms and regulations, but apart from the fact that the last word has not been said, and we don't know what the final result will be. But we think the new fiscal norms and regulations announced by the European Commission last week is closely linked to the greater efficiency and sustainability of public expenditure. And so I think inherently it's going to be good news. Basically, there is a lot of importance given to differentiated responsibilities with different timelines that have not been specified as of yet. It could be between 4 and 6 years. We at IAF are also in favor of the fact that the timeline be between 4 and 6 years. So as far as we know, the institutions will have a role in determining the feasibility and the roles that will be played by the different stakeholders and the agents in the spending review process. But I think it's not only a matter of reaching a landmark date. I think it's more important to, especially when we're talking about the entire process, we're talking about the transformation of public planning and public budgeting systems. And so it has to be linked to not only the public policy decisions, but it also has to be linked to the economic cycles. And I think it's going to be crucial in making sure that structural reforms and structural change go hand in hand with both of these, and that is really what will guarantee the robustness and the consolidation of the fiscal efficiency over the course of time. President Cristina Herrero talked about the spending reviews that we're carrying out in so many different areas and how they are differentiated in nature. And I think it's important to stress that a spending review is not one size fits all. In healthcare, we look at different factors than we do in education. When we're working on active employment policies, we're looking at a whole different set of elements. So again, this is extremely important to take into account that horizontal areas have to be looked at, but then we have to break those down into very specific and cross-cutting areas in each of these sectors. So I think this is the answer I could give you. I have a question. I see that some of the regions have commissioned spending reviews, but Andalusia is not one of them. Are there any plans for Andalusia to use this system that IDF offers, or is it going to be going through a different process? Well, I think we could both answer that question. But yes, we did have one commission of a spending review from the Secretary General of Andalusia. I did mention that we had a spending review of the public university system in Andalusia, which was an overview of all of the public universities, how the supply and demand is adjusted in this region, some of the study programs, some of the research programs, and some of the first spending reviews that we carried out in Andalusia in phase 1 and 2 was this particular one. So you may have seen that there are other regions in Spain that have 5 and 6 public policy spending reviews. For example, Castile-Leon, we've carried out a 2-stage spending review because it was such a large project that it had to be divided into 2 different parts, and we had to sequence it in chronologically. But we have done 1 spending review for Andalusia, and I'm fully convinced that it will not be the last, and that we will continue to provide our services to the Andalusian government in that regard. In the university spending review, did that have anything to do with the new the reform in the finance reform, the tax spending reform? That's a good question. I pointed out that there are regions in Spain that are connecting, they're integrating our proposals into their strategies and into their planning and implementation of public expenditure. Precisely Castile-Leon is another example of this, in which we can see implementation is taking place very rapidly. But the fact that there is a proposal doesn't mean that the regional government has to implement it. There's no mandate or formal obligation to do so. Obviously, we are an external organization. We provide the evidence, and we feel that it is adequate to convey and translate those pieces of evidence into implementation of reforms and changes. But obviously, that is up to each and every individual region that has to take the decision. And so that is, and I'm going to do a little bit of publicity now, we are going to publish an interactive tool on our website where you can choose a region, you can click on that region, and you can choose a sector such as education, healthcare, employment, etc. And you can look at all of the proposals that we have made and anything that has been implemented in that regard in the region, both by the central government as well as by the autonomous community or region. And you can even subscribe to a newsletter, and just by simply clicking, you can subscribe to the newsletter and find out about the public policy changes that take place. So I think this is going to be launched in March. So as of March, you will be able to go to the I8F website and click on our interactive roadmap. So with that, thank you very much, Jose Maria Casado. It's been a pleasure. And we're now going to move on to our next session. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Bueno, pues bienvenidos a la mesa redonda, la primera mesa redonda de esta jornada, titulada ¿Cómo y por qué poner en marcha un
This is the second panel, why to set up a spending review program. We have a very high-level panel here today, and I think I will do the introductions. Each panel member will have 20 minutes, and after that, we will have the Q&A session for the end of the session once the three panel members have spoken. We will start with Elva Bova. She is the Deputy Head of the Fiscal Governance Unit of the Directorate General for Economic and Financial Affairs of the European Commission. She's working at the European Commission, but in the past she worked for 5 years in the International Monetary Fund in the Department of Fiscal issues. She did a postgraduate degree in economics in the University of London. She's published a lot in finances and public institutions, inequality of income and labor market, and she's an expert in spending review as a tool, and this is why we have her here with us. We hope that Ms. Bova will explain the theoretical framework of the spending reviews, and she will explain us how this is being implemented in the different member states of the European Union and in the European Union as such. So we'll have her on as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Es un placer para mí estar con usted.
I will talk to you about the spending reviews in the EU and what is the framework that we use, we developed, and how we work with the member states on this. So my presentation will first provide you a definition and the rationale for spending reviews. Much of it has already been said in the previous presentations. I will then look at the main features of spending reviews in the conceptual framework that we use at the European Commission. We will look also at the way we work with the countries, with the counterparts, and I will provide with you some evidence of practices, what's really being done across the member states, and I will conclude with key success factors. So as regards the definition, I'm using the definition of my colleagues here from the OECD, where a spending review is the process of identifying and weighing saving options based on the systematic scrutiny of baseline expenditure. One point that we try to underline as much as possible is that spending reviews should not be confused with spending cuts. Spending cuts that have been quite unpopular and used quite extensively in the aftermath of the global financial crisis are basically cuts across the board without any analysis of the priorities and efficiency of the public expenditure items. And this unfortunately gives a very bad connotation and a sort of stigma to spending reviews. What are spending reviews? So spending reviews for us are a way to examine baseline expenditures, looking at specific questions. First of all, we would like to see if the line of expenditure that is being examined is still a priority in the current conditions. And much has changed over the last few years, so this is really a time for reconsidering baseline expenditures. Then we consider also whether it is effective in reaching their goals. So the analysis would see how objectives specific to this line of expenditure can be achieved. Are they really achieved? And finally, if they are achieved, we will look at whether this line of expenditure is cost effective, meaning, are these items achieved with fewer resources? No? Can they be reached with fewer resources? Let me tell you a little bit more about the rationale, and this has been already mentioned. First of all, we talk about the use of spending reviews for enhancing policy prioritization. Again, we are looking at priorities. What does really matter in your budget as of now, not as of 40 years ago, as many baseline expenditures still reflect an obsolete structure of expenditure. And the idea would be to make space for new expenditures that are more a priority and get rid of old type of expenditures. New expenditure, as of now, we're talking about growth and fair items. We're talking about climate friendly, environmentally friendly. Then the idea is also to improve cost efficiency, so making public service provision more effective by increasing its value for money. And then ultimately, there is always a need for addressing consolidation needs. And as of now, many member states across the EU have to face high debt levels due to the recent crisis. And so spending reviews are a way to address these needs and free fiscal space. Let me tell you a little bit more about the main features. So the way we conceive spending reviews is a process with different phases. We start with the design phase, which is when a mandate which expresses really the political commitment is drafted, is presented usually to the public. The mandate should have a clear objective. What are we looking at? Why are we doing a spending review? It should have a clear scope. What type of expenditure are we examining? Are we examining all the expenditure of the budget? Are we doing a comprehensive review or only a subset, a targeted review? What is the time horizon? A year, several years? In the design phase, it is also the key moment, a crucial moment when resources are allocated and responsibilities are set up. Who does what in the process? And this is very important because a specific setup can be more successful than another setup, and we'll come back to that later. So the responsibilities or the task force have to be clearly set out. We talk about a conduct phase, which is the phase discussed before by our colleagues in IREF, where really diagnosis or the examination of expenditure or linear expenditure is done. How to look at that, what type of analysis, quantitative, qualitative, what methodologies to put in place. And at the end of the conduct phase, ultimately there should be reform options. What type of expenditures you will want to streamline or you will want to actually increase. What type of expenditures to insert in the budget and what others to reduce. And finally, given this array of reform options, it is up to the policymakers to choose. But usually in our framework, we say, okay, you choose what you want to do, but then you explain why you didn't choose other reform options. And we've worked extensively with Spain on that approach. Once the reform options are chosen and selected, we moved into the implementation phase, which is really when reforms have to be implemented. We think that it's important throughout this process to have strong monitoring, to check that what is being committed to be doing, it's being effectively done. And then evaluation. Evaluation can take place at every stage of the process. It means looking back and seeing if there are mistakes or lessons learned that could be developed. And finally, we think that objectives and outputs need to be clear at each phase of the process. And at the same time, a mindset should be developed whereby the process can be improved, again, by recognizing risks and building on success factors. And we will talk more about the success factors. What do we do in the EU? So in the EU, we've been working on spending reviews, meaning analyzing spending reviews for the budgets of the member states, but we also work for the EU budget. I'm not going to talk about that today. Since 2013, there has been a recommendation by the Council of the Economic Ministers to review budgetary processes and practices conducive to enhance expenditure performance, including spending reviews. So since then, we have included spending reviews in the European semester. The European semester is this process whereby we check what member states have been doing in terms of macro-fiscal outcomes, and then we provide an assessment, and usually it ends with country-specific recommendations. I'll see if I can open the hyperlink, but if I don't, I can tell you more about the country-specific recommendations. So at the end of the presentation, you will find a list of countries that, including Spain, received regularly recommendations by the Council and the Commission on how to improve spending reviews. And these concern the scope, to be more ambitious, concern the setup, have a setup that is more clear-cut, give more coordination power to the Ministry of Finance, and somehow more autonomy also to the line ministries. So the balance of power has to be carefully designed. We give also recommendations in terms of expanding the scope or looking at specific areas, and then we monitor progress. And this progress is monitored in the country reports that we publish every year. Another way we work with the member states is to have thematic discussions every year at the Eurogroup, so at a very high level, where we have meetings with the ministries of finance from the euro area member states. We have discussions on spending reviews. It could be about how to ensure strong commitment. It could be about the methodologies. It could be on various aspects, and then there is a true exchange of best practice. And finally, we also provide technical support, and this is something that will be mentioned also throughout the course of today. So we provide training and guidance through another arm of the Commission, which is DG Reform, and where we support the member states in developing practices for spending reviews. For example, how to have a spending review process within the budgetary process, or how to improve the methodology, how to create capacity building. Within the Eurogroup, we issued in 2016 a set of common principles. For us, these common principles are meant to guide member states who are willing to embark in spending reviews. But it's also a way for us as Commission to assess what is being done. So it gives a compass of assessment and also a blueprint for progress. First of all, the first thing that for us is crucially important is a strong and sustained political commitment. This has to be there at all phases of a spending review process. And unfortunately, you will see shortly that it's not there in many cases. Then in the design, the conduct, and the implementation phases, you would want to use best practice. And more specifically, and I'll tell you more about that, we tell you what are these best practices, what type of elements have to be there. The monitoring and communication to the public has to be constant and regular to gain support and also to allow for more ownership in the process. And finally, we push for a consistency of the spending review process with the budget planning and multi-annual planning. This means that once you have developed reform options, you may want that these reform options be aligned with the budgetary discussions, be discussed at the budgetary planning phase, and not be at a time when discussion is already over. Then I'm going to skip, this is the mandate for us and what we are doing with the member states to follow the common principles. So let me give you some evidence of practice. We conducted a survey on spending reviews in 2017 and 2019. So this information is outdated, but not too much. There is also some progress that we've been monitoring through the RRPs, which is not reported here, but if you have questions, I can tell you more about that. we conducted this survey and we, across the Euro area member states, not the EU member states. And at that time, 43 reviews were in place in several member states. As you see, some member states like Austria and Slovakia had many spending reviews. 16 of them were completed, 25 ongoing, 2 were planned. These spending reviews are of very various natures. We talk about comprehensive reviews. We look at the entirety of the budget over a few years, of course. And this is the case for Finland, for example, Ireland, Italy. We look at targeted spending reviews for social policies. Austria, Belgium, focusing on education and culture, on healthcare. We look at security and emergency and defense spending reviews. That was the case of Austria, Malta, and Slovakia. And in some cases, there are really targeted spending reviews, looking at the judiciary or at the transport sector, water provision. So you have a variety of practices. This is why our framework is quite loose and broad to allow for presenting all these practices. So here again, I go back to the main common principle, which is the commitment. To our question in the survey, is commitment strong and steady in all the phases of the spending review? Most respondents said yes, strong, for the design phase. But then, unfortunately, this commitment fades away throughout the process. Look at the implementation phase, which is really when reforms have to be done. You would see that many cannot say because the spending review implementation phase at that time had not been started. But when there was a spending review in place and implementation, very few said the commitment was strong. This is a crucial problem, that at the beginning, there is a strong mandate, policymakers are really full on into the process, but then this commitment and engagement has to be sustained for the success of spending reviews. Linked to this is some features of the design. As we said, the design and implementation, we want this to be following best practice. Best practice means that when you have a mandate for spending reviews, the mandate has to include objectives, scope, the calendar, the timeline, and the governance structure. In most cases, we were pleased to see that this was excuse me, the case. But then when it came to the public nature of the spending review mandate, there was a publishing of this in the web page, very little public expression to the media or to the parliament, and still in many cases, more of a quarter cases, there is no public nature of a strategic mandate. So the public is unaware of what's going on, and that's for us is a strong limitation because it doesn't give ownership of the spending review. And I talked a lot about ownership. If you see, the first chart talks about the ownership of the administration and the review. Not usually the Ministry of Finance, but the line ministries would be involved in the process. Do they buy in the process? Do they support the process? We see that, in general, this ownership is quite high, but in some cases it's still low, and for our standards it's very low. And that's a very important factor of success, having line ministries or local administrations on board in the process. With respect to the design phase, we see still that many respondents complain about the limited access to data and resources, complain about the fact that, the reform options are increasingly being developed, but they're still not there. Instead, they were positive about the diagnosis and how diagnoses were being done. The implementation roadmaps are used, but very limitedly. So there is still progress, at least for us, to push, and progress for the member states to continue the work. We also checked whether what is being discussed and proposed is being considers also the end of users, so considers also what the public would want, no? So are you linking the inputs with the outcomes? What exactly are we talking about? We're talking about the objectives, the goals. And systematically, this is done in more than half of the spending reviews, but still, in many cases, the line ministries were not in a position to say whether this was happening or not. When it comes to monitoring and communication, and I'll go quickly here, monitoring was proven to be still limited in the conduct phase and focus mostly on processes rather than the impact. So we talk a lot about how the spending review has been done, but not whether this was effective. And it was regular in the implementation phase. Then monitoring was providing information to the government, but again, the link to the public and public opinion is still suboptimal. When it comes to ex-post evaluation, they were available only in very few member states, and they were not public. And then most of the spending reviews were covered by the media, at least once a year, but then it was mostly about what reforms were decided by policymakers to push forward. When it comes to a link with the budget, and as I said, it's important that your spending review be aligned with the budgetary process. Otherwise, it risks to be meaningless or to be considered at a different moment when the value is not there yet. So we looked at how member states were inserting on whether they had a legal provisions, incorporating first a legal requirement to conduct spending reviews in the budget. And at that time, only Italy, Latvia, and Slovakia had this legal requirement, which means that in Italy, for example, you start the spending review at the beginning of the year, and then you have results ready for when you start the budgetary discussions. And then you be able to include that in the presentation of the budget or the draft budget to the parliament. We also look at how decisions were inserted in next year's budget plan without having a legal requirement, and only in few cases we found that that was a practice. Main challenges, and this is almost our last slide, is lack of data, and related to that, limited ownership. And again, this is a work that we've been doing a lot, trying to foster ownership at the level of line ministries. Lack of data is related to the fact that often line ministries do not cooperate and do not provide data, or that data is scattered everywhere. And somehow also lack of staff or limited direction from the top, which is a signal of limited commitment. So let me conclude here with giving you just key points for success. We think that as a success element in the design phase should be, this is again repeated, a strong political commitment, a well-defined scope and coverage of the review, and then clearly designated command center. This could be an ad hoc force or a specific unit at the Ministry of Finance, usually dealing with coordination tasks. When it comes to the conduct, the ownership of the administration undergoing the review is key, as we mentioned a few times. The access to data and information is also very important. So having protocol with the ministries or the line ministries for a timely provision of data. Coordination among stakeholders, which goes beyond the public administration. As we heard before, it can include academics, can include experts. And the use of pilots. You may want to start with a focused project, and we will hear more about that from our colleagues from Flanders. And then learning from that process, you can expand the spending review to a larger set of expenditure. Finally, when it comes to the implementation, transparency and reporting on progress should always be there, the consistency with annual and multi-annual budgetary targets, a continuous monitoring, and then we talk also a lot about the independent ex-post evaluations, done ex-post to learn from mistakes, so lessons learned. And with this, I conclude the presentation. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Elba. Bueno, he visto alguno que me estaba mirando, especialmente.
My boss was looking at me and he said, you didn't introduce yourself. My name is Carlos de la Paz. I'm Director General of European Funds in the Junta de Andalucía. And some of you know me very well already. And I just wanted to, at least for to let you know who I am. We have now Alfrum Tryggvadóttir, analista de políticas de la gestión pública y de presupuesto en la Dirección General de Gobernanza Pública.
De presupuestos del Ministerio de Finanzas de Islandia, donde ha dirigido la puesta en marcha de la presupuestación por resultados y las revisiones de gastos. Actualmente en OCDE trabaja con múltiples
reviews. Right now, the OECD, she works in different countries in the strengthening of the spending frameworks, in the spending reviews, and also in the budgeting by results and with the gender perspective. Her presentation, Alfrum, will refer to the successful experiences of spending reviews, and she will talk about spending reviews with a gender approach and which is something that we are doing in Andalusia, and we've been doing that for 3 years already. Espero que me oigan bien.
As mentioned, I come from the OECD, where I'm leading the work on spending reviews within my division there. And I'm going to give you an overview of what the OECD has been doing on analyzing what constitutes a successful spending review process by working closely with the EU and echoing a lot what has been said by both of the previous or all of the previous speakers. And then I'm also going to touch up on the way forward, what countries need to consider to mainstream spending review practices across administrations. Again, you need this alignment with the budget process. You need strong spending review practices, specifically now, given the difficult fiscal situation facing most countries at the moment. And specifically, I will also mention one element that countries have been looking into, which is alignment of gender budgeting and spending reviews. So this is the overview of the presentation today. So, as has been said, spending reviews, they are tools for systematically analyzing the government's existing expenditure. And this is what is important to take note of, that spending reviews, they look at the existing expenditure, which is, of course, very much unlike the annual budget process that governments have in place and countries have in place that focuses on additional spending initiatives. So this is essentially what makes them so important to have in place, because you need this tool to be able to systematically look at this legacy spending, so to say, all the existing spending that is in place in countries. They work really well with other budgetary tools, such as, for example, performance budgeting, as has been noted here, and gender budgeting, and also green budgeting. And this is something that we have been looking at with countries, how you can align different reforms that countries have been going through with the spending review process. And spending reviews are widely used by both EU countries and OECD countries. I mean, almost all of the OECD countries use spending reviews in one way or the other. Not all countries use them in the same way. Countries use different practices, which is understandable. And the purposes of spending reviews, they include enabling the government to manage the aggregate, the overall level of spending, to align expenditure according to the priorities of the government, and improving effectiveness within program and policies, improving value for money, so to say. As I said, almost all of the OECD countries, I think it now stands in all of the countries aside from 2 use spending reviews. And you can see from this slide that the number of countries that are conducting spending reviews has been gradually increasing over the past decade. And what's important to note here, I mean, after the 2008 financial crisis, many countries started looking into fiscal consolidation measures and adopted spending reviews. And since then, this number of countries has been gradually increasing. So the OECD has been actively working, as I said, closely with the EU, closely with member states, in implementing and strengthening spending review practices. And by doing this, we have been able to identify, by closely aligning and discussing with countries, a set of best practices that I wanted to share with you today. So first of all, as was mentioned, it's extremely important that each spending review has clear objectives and a clear scope. This is really an important best practice. So the objectives of a spending review, they should be communicated from the beginning, so everyone needs to be on the same page from the beginning, and framed within usually formal terms of reference. Different objectives of spending reviews, they have different implications for the participants in the reviews. If the main objective of the review is to cut expenditure or to align expenditure according to the priorities of government, it has different implications than, for example, if the main objective is to increase value for money. So it's really important to have this in place. What we have noted specifically recently, and this is kind of what is interesting with spending reviews, I mean, they kind of come and go practices. So, I mean, recently we have seen that countries are more focused on a savings target for spending reviews. I mean, this is natural given the difficult situation facing most countries. So what we have noted is that setting an indicating savings target for each spending review at the beginning is beneficial, as this kind of maintains this focus on savings throughout the spending review process. We know how it is when different players within the administration work together, things can go in different directions. So it's really important to have this in place to set this indicative saving targets at the beginning of the review process. Then secondly, it's really important to clearly specify the scope of spending reviews. And what we also see is this periodic approach to reviews is recommended, as this allows governments to schedule the programs it will review each year. What it means is that you have a new government, for example, coming in, they can say, we are going to analyze these spending areas over the next 4 years, and it allows countries to go away from this often difficult annual topic selection process that we have seen in countries can be burdensome for them. And all expenditures should be suitable for a spending review. Nothing should be excluded. And then secondly, it's really important, as has been noted, to identify distinct political and civil service or public service roles in the spending review process. And political leadership is, of course, as we know, absolutely essential to have in place. I mean, this is one of the key elements. As Elva was noting, it's particularly important at the beginning, where the objectives and the scope of reviews are decided on, and then again at the concluding stages. And this is when often countries run into difficulties where you have to make the final decision on adopting recommendations. So this is not that political will is necessarily lacking, it's just kind of that sometimes it fades away, this political commitment. Incentives can definitely affect the level of political commitment for a spending review. If a ministry or an entity that's being analyzed gets to keep a proportion of the savings that is found, this can, of course, increase and reallocate within different spending areas in the same ministry or entity. This can increase the political commitment for a spending review. And then just to note, strong spending review practices, they really help to reinforce the capability of governments to make difficult decisions. So this is really important to note. Then it's in the hand of civil servants or public servants to do the spending review. They are the ones that prepare the analysis and the scenarios for a spending review, and they are also the ones that implement the recommendations that have been decided on by the political leaders. And then, as I will talk about both, I mean, everyone needs to have the specific expertise in doing spending reviews. It's not, I used to be a budget person in the Ministry of Finance in Iceland, as was noted. I mean, traditional budget people are not always the people that are the best in doing this kind of, so you need to really build up capacities across administrations. Then you need clear governance arrangements. That's really important to have in place. Clear roles and responsibilities at all stages of the review process. We see this common kind of twofold arrangements in countries, which you have a steering group that is kind of this high-level filter, provides oversight during the review process, brings recommendations and findings to political leaders and ministers. And then you have the working group that is essentially the people that are carrying out the spending review. And they usually consist of staff from the Ministry of Finance, if it's at the national level, and then the relevant line ministries and consultants are often used. This is a really important best practice to ensure integration with the budget process, as has been noted many times during today's conference. First of all, spending reviews, they should be systematically integrated into the preparation of the government's budget. This is really important to have in mind. And the budget, or the spending review timetable should be planned so that findings are available in time for the budget formulation process, and political leaders can take the findings and implement them in the budget. It's also important to ensure alignment with medium-term frameworks. This is what we have seen across countries, so it's important to have a medium-term framework in place as well. A medium-term horizon can improve the effectiveness of spending reviews. And as we know, in many cases, you cannot implement the findings from reviews in the horizon of the annual budget. You need this medium-term perspective to be able to implement the findings effectively. And then alignment with both evaluation processes and performance budgeting is absolutely essential as well. They have valuable input and should be available and used during the spending review process. And I wanted to just echoing what was presented before. I mean, you can see here that the two most noted challenges across OECD countries in doing spending reviews are linked to lack of data. So this is really important and something that countries are constantly, even the best, I mean, I say the best, like the countries with a long-standing history of spending reviews, they still struggle with this. Best practice number 5 says it's important to implement recommendations in a transparent way. Spending reviews, they should conclude with clear recommendations because they are an essential element of spending reviews and they bring the review to a conclusion. And it's important to note that the work that takes place in the working group should conclude with a few scenarios and options for political leaders to take into consideration. And then it's important to monitor the implementation of spending review decisions. This is really important and something that's also, I would say, some countries struggle with this. The relevant ministry or ministries or entity is accountable for implementing the conclusion of spending reviews, and this is done with coordination with the budget unit. And it's important for the budget unit or the Ministry of Finance to monitor this implementation and hold line ministries accountable for what should be implemented. And this can be done with use of performance budgeting and within the horizon by using the medium-term budget framework and the annual budget, of course. Important to ensure the transparency of spending review reports and the whole framework. Conclusions of spending reviews, they should be available publicly. I don't know, this is a bit of a, some countries do not completely agree with this. Of course, sometimes it can be sensitive, but we really see that this facilitates the effective implementation of the results of spending reviews if this is done. And then, preferably, the governance arrangements and guidance materials should also be available publicly, because this, again, just ensures the transparency of the framework as a whole. The last best practice, before I go into the next steps, is it's really important to update the spending review framework according to ever-changing challenges. We have seen that practices, they have changed from what it was during the 2000 or after the 2008 financial crisis, when it was very much focused on spending cuts and fiscal consolidation. Now we have a much more collaborative process where line ministries or different entities work together. And with increased use and broader application, this can be done. You need to really look at what is needed, what does the government need, and then update the spending review process accordingly. So as I said in the beginning, I mean, it's really important, I would say now more than ever, to have strong spending review practices across countries. And what we've seen that countries are talking about, that they need to update or strengthen spending review, what we call it is to scale up the use of spending reviews, to mainstream review practices within the budget. So it seems to some countries come as a surprise when it happens, so to say. It needs to be mainstreamed so that everyone who is participating in a review or hit by a review needs to know that it will happen regularly. So it's really important to carry out comprehensive and substantial reviews. What that means is that look at reviews, look at spending areas that cover a substantial percentage of the budget, and look at, so to say, important spending areas to ensure political interest. This is really important because we know that political interest can fade away if you're not looking at the really important and strong spending review areas. It's really important to build up capacities across administrations to have this, what is needed to be able to carry out good spending reviews, and then align spending reviews with other tools, such as, for example, gender budgeting and green budgeting, because this can help governments systematically analyze expenditure in relation to a country key priority, such as green and gender. And this, of course, can also be something else, I mean, well-being or whatever it may be. And then using existing resources and data is really important, making use of what is in place from the Supreme Audit Office, performance data, evaluations, and then if you're going to look at, for example, gender, good quality information and data on gender equality is really important. And just to give you a bit more of an insight into that, what we have seen is that countries that have implemented spending reviews, as I said, most countries have spending reviews in place. Then I would say half of the OECD countries have implemented gender budgeting as well. It's really important to align those different processes and to make the most use of gender budgeting. And spending reviews, they can be a useful tool to mainstream gender into the budget process, because this can be a problematic aspect. So there are several ways to do this. You can integrate, or a country can integrate a gender perspective during the spending review process by making sure that no spending cuts are made within areas that can further increase gender imbalances. Then secondly, it's possible to reallocate spending to an area that benefits gender equality when a spending review is concluded. So if you have some findings, savings, you can reallocate to areas that will benefit gender equality. And then during the spending review process, it's also possible to analyze whether gender considerations are reflected in funding certain programs. As I said, this can be a really important and useful tool to mainstream gender across the administration and within the budget process. What needs to be in place, just about to conclude the presentation, I mean, of course, if you're going to do this, you need a solid gender budgeting framework. That's really important. And wealth of gender-related data is essential. You also need a strong spending review process, solid governance structure, and alignment with the budget process so that findings feed into the budget process. And then, of course, as we've noted many times, you need this strong political support and commitment, both for the gender budgeting framework and for the spending review framework. And to conclude this presentation and summarize a bit what has been discussed here, I mean, we know that governments will now need to look critically into ways to prioritize expenditure and facilitate reallocation of fiscal resources. And we also know that spending reviews, they provide governments with means to support the sustainability of public finances through the systematic analysis of existing expenditure. And they are very likely to become increasingly important as they are a core instrument for expenditure, prioritization, and reallocation. And the final sentence I'm just going to say, I mean, really, as we have seen from the past crisis, as governments formulate responses to support the economic recovery in the coming years, it's really important not to overlook the impact and consequences for gender equality. And alignment of those two processes, spending review and gender budgeting, can be a useful way to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As I said, como he dicho antes, vamos a hacer la ronda de preguntas y respuestas al final.
As I mentioned, we're going to have the Q&A session after the presentations. Lastly, we have the General Director of the Department of Finance and Budgets from the region of Flanders, Mr. Koen Algoed. He initiated the performance, Flanders initiated the performance-based budgeting in recent years, and in his presentation, he is going to tell us a little bit about the process that has been undertaken in Flanders and the model that they have developed, some of the difficulties that they have come up against, and, of course, the benefits that spending reviews have in their budget policies, and what we can expect in the future. Just to give you an idea of his track record, he has a degree in economics from the University of Leuven and a master's degree in mathematical economics. He has worked in the regional ministries of finance and budgets, as well as labor, innovation and sports at the Ministry of Flanders, as well as being advisor to the late Prime Minister Jean-Luc Dehaene from 1997 to 1999. As I said, a graduate of the University of Leuven, a master's degree from the London School of Economics. So without further ado, I give the floor to Mr. Koen Algoed. Go right ahead. Buenos días.
About Flanders' experience with spending reviews. It all started in 2018 with the pilot on the so-called service voucher system. The pilot was carried out by our department, the Department of Finance and Budget, and also the department, both by our department and the Department of Work and Social Economy. But in the steering committee were also present two experts put at our disposal by DG Reform, one expert with a track record in conducting spending reviews, and the other expert was an expert in so-called household and personal services. I'm going to divide my presentation into two main parts. In the first part, I will discuss the budgetary and policy framework, which, in my opinion, is needed to implement spending reviews successfully. Policy domains or line departments and policymakers should be stimulated or incentivized to use spending reviews, and that's why, in my opinion, the budgetary and policy process should be aligned to that. And in the second part, I will focus on the pilot spending review and then the follow-up by a so-called broad comprehensive review. Until now, our budgetary process in Flanders is so-called input-based. Resources or budgets are allocated based upon the cost of production factors without a clear link to results or outputs. I give the example of the funding of our high schools. The number of pupils determines the budget. If the number of pupils goes up, so does the budget, without a clear link without an assessment of results or outputs. The same holds true for the funding of our universities. The number of credits taken up by the students determines the magnitude or the amount of subsidies the universities will receive. It's only the allocation or the distribution of that budget across the universities that takes into account some output indicators. For example, the amount of PhDs in each university. And that's why, and it takes some time, Flanders has embraced the principle of so-called performance-informed budgeted to draft its budget from 2024 onwards. But we started the process towards performance-informed budgeting some time ago. Performance-informed budgeting relies on information, useful information to draft your budget. One could be spending reviews, because for the moment, we don't have the tools to assess whether the current budget satisfies or can meet or can cope with extra budgetary demands from the different policy domains. And that's exactly the added value of spending reviews. We have the so-called strategic spending reviews. Should some policy goals still be funded with tax money, with public money? Or we have the technical spending reviews, looking for efficiency gains. Can we do the same with less money, or can we do more with the same money? And that's why we would like to evolve to performance-informed budgeting. It's not direct performance budgeting, so there is no clear link or direct link between outcome, outputs, and budgets. We use information to adjust budgets, to reward budgetary claim, or to skip down or to not go along with extra budgetary demands in the future. So the goal should be that good policies based upon information should get the money instead of the current practice in Flanders also that good or bad policies follow the money. So when drafting the budget, we should ask ourselves three questions. What are we aiming at? What are the policy goals? What actions will we pursue? Could be adjusting the regulatory framework. And what is the budgetary cost, if any? That's the budget draft, but of course, it's only promises in a budget. We should also look at the realizations, at the outcome. And so when discussing the annual accounts, we should ask the same question, but then exposed. Have we realized what we were aiming at? Have we carried out what we intended to do? And what was the involved budgetary cost? And the aim is transparent policies, good policies should get the money. It's a journey in Flanders also towards performance-informed budgeting, and there are some important milestones. First, we have adjusted our budget structure. In the past, we have a subcategory in our budget are so-called budgetary allocations, and they could be used for different policy goals. For example, in the Department of Public Works, a budget allocation could be used to fund general infrastructure, but could also be used to limit traffic jams, for example, in the neighborhood of Brussels. So there was no clear link between ex ante or the budget a minister wanted to spend on certain policy goals. Ex post, of course, with the annual accounts, we could exactly say how much money was spent to that policy goal, but not ex ante. And that's why from the budget draft 2019 onwards, there is a clear one-to-one link also in the budget and the ESA classifications between policy goals and budget allocation. And now, of course, we got our pilot spending reviews. I will come to that in a few moments. And then another important milestone was, before 2020, it was like a separate world. First, we drafted the budget, and then our policy advisors took into account the budget, but then drafted a separate policy document. And from 2020 onwards, we have integrated both policy and budgetary documents into one document, with the goal, of course, to answer the three questions I have mentioned before. And then we should also align our budgetary processes. And since 2020 onwards, we have drastically simplified our budgetary process in the sense of we draft our budget in September, October for the upcoming year. But then in the past, we also had a very heavy budgetary review process. It already started in February and it finished in April, typically before Easter. But since 2020 or 21, sorry, we simplified it, and it takes only 1 week just before Easter. So new policy is not decided anymore when reviewing the budget. Only the revenues are adjusted, taken into account the newest forecast on GDP and inflation, and also because some expenditures are adjusted to the evolution of the consumer price index, we take into account the current forecast of the consumer price index at the moment of reviewing the budget at the moment. So we make up a lot of time for our people, for the civil servants, to carry out other work, to look at policies instead of the technical analysis or the technical practicalities involved with a budget review. And then also in the future, in this, or what is meant with the new policy and budget policy papers, they should also incorporate relevant policy indicators, kind of flashing lights. And then we also adjusted the regulatory framework in the so-called Codex, the Flemish Codex for Public Finance, which anchored first the principle of performance-informed budgeted, but also the reliance on comprehensive reviews, the reliance on spending reviews, and I will conclude by that, also the use of an expenditure benchmark. Now, to the second part, what our experience with the spending review, the pilot spending review on the so-called service voucher scheme. With the service voucher scheme, households can buy a limited range of household services. For example, house cleaning or ironing, and they can buy these services from accredited firms, the so-called service vouchers firms. And the voucher is a means of payment. And the current price is €9, and with one voucher, you can buy 1 hour, for example, of ironing, 1 hour of house cleaning. Besides, it's a rather low price. Besides that, the households are also entitled to tax reduction the following year. Up to a certain amount, or a maximum amount, 30% of your expenditures on vouchers, on service vouchers, can be subtracted from your personal income taxes. The system started already in 2004 and had a threefold goal. The first goal was to give more job opportunities to low-skilled people. The second goal was to limit the underground economy, so to transfer the household cleaning, for example, was typical an element of our black economy or the underground economy, to transfer it to the official economy, the official economy. And the third goal was to improve the work-life balance. It is like an outsourcing of domestic choirs. The pilot was designed or was meant for capacity building, because it was the first time in our country that a spending review was carried out. It was in addition of our daily tasks, the daily tasks of both departments involved. There were no additional resources put at our disposal to carry out this pilot. And the choice was also because we inherited the service voucher scheme as a region from 2015 onwards. There was a sixth state, as a result of the sixth state reform. Belgium is an evolving federal country. And also the budgetary impact is rather high. It's like 3% of the current budget or the current budget in 2016. And we also had at our disposal sufficient data to analyze the service voucher scheme. And there were some interesting results, and that the increase in the users of the service voucher scheme from 5.7% in 2008, it almost doubled to 10.3% in 2016. And then a quite interesting and new result. As I mentioned, there were 3 goals, but we discovered a 4th goal as a rather huge majority of the users were pensioners. So, and then also the highest tax expenditure were found or were spent to retirees, people above the age of 71. And it's like a 4th goal. If service vouchers enable people to stay longer at home, they don't have to go to elderly care homes. Also, it's a typical work for female are employed in that sector, and mostly part-time jobs. And of course, labor policies can have undesirable effects. The so-called dead weight loss, that labor or jobs could be created without the help of a government. You also have substitution effect. If you target subsidies to a certain group, that other groups which do not benefit from the subsidy lose their job. And then displacement effect is a third possible undesirable effect, that sectors who are competing or that are competing with the service voucher firms because they are offering similar tasks are suffering from the subsidies to the so-called service voucher firms. And because we got our data, the data at our disposal, it was like a natural experiment. We could see, with the help of an academic, that the so-called dead weight losses were very limited, so that the added value of the government subsidies were rather high. Another interesting result was, and it was based upon a difference in difference method, because Flanders, until 2021, we didn't change the tax rates for the tax expenditure, so it was still at 30% to calculate the tax reduction, whereas the other 2 regions, Wallonia and Brussels, did reduce their tax rate. It was made less generous. So we got a natural experiment to infer the so-called demand elasticity with respect to the tax expenditures. And of course, because it is a delayed discount, it is only the upcoming year that the consumers or the people who are using the service voucher scheme see the reduction in their taxes, that the sensitivity, the reduction in demand, when you reduce the generosity of the fiscal expenditure, the tax expenditures, is less or is rather small if you compare it when you would increase the consumer price of €9 to €10. And a final remarkable result was that the so-called earnback effects were much higher for the federal government than for the regional government, because we only have access to a limited portion of personal income taxes, whereas if there is higher employment, there is an increase in social security contribution, there is an increase in the corporate income tax, but all these revenues are belong to the federal government. That was the pilot, and then it was followed up. And then, of course, 2018, 2019, also the budgetary context changed dramatically in the corona crisis, 2019, 2020, 2020, followed by the current crisis. And so our balanced budget turned into red. So also in Flanders, we have some deficits. And then when drafting the budget 2022, or when deciding on drafting the budget 2021, the Flemish government decided to implement a so-called broad comprehensive review. All policy domains were involved, and it was tactical questions, but also strategic questions. Should some policy goals still be funded with tax money, with public money? Can we learn from best practices from abroad? Do the current competences are still suitable? For example, because we are a federal country, and some competences are scattered among different governments. Can you transfer some activities to the private or the social profit sector? Is there some red tape which could be cut down? And then, of course, given the current budgetary situation, there was also asked to come up with saving measures, not only small saving measures of the order of 5% of the budget, but also 15%, and that was to stimulate out of the box, and to get away from across-the-board cuts, so really to implement a strategic view in the policy domain. And it was used for input for the budget drafts this year and the upcoming years. This was followed. It was carried out by the policy domains, also with the help of some external experts. And then at the end, there was a survey of all the participants of the comprehensive or the broad comprehensive review. And of course, one of the results was that autonomy and timing matters, because the time or the frame timing was rather short. In 9 months, they had to implement or to execute this broad comprehensive review. It started in February. It was less than 9 months, and the input had to be used when drafting the budget 2022, so in September 2021. There was also a steering committee which came up with some important lessons and recommendations for the future. These recommendations have been anchored in the regulatory framework. Governance matters. For example, it's essential to have an independent president of your steering committee, of your broad comprehensive review, of your spending review. It also should be an independent administrative exercise, because in certain policy domains, when conducting the broad comprehensive review, there was interference from the cabinets saying that some policy, some expenditure items could not be examined. Also, we saw that data collection is essential, and sometimes data were lacking. Also need for systemic analysis, because some teams are overlapping or involving different policy domains. For example, we saw with the pilot that not only work, but also welfare, because of the elderly are involved when evaluating the service or when evaluating the service voucher scheme. So there are some important lessons which will help us to implement in a better way future spending reviews, because for the moment, after having completed the broad comprehensive review, which was also used as an input for some saving measures up to €1 billion, that another series of topics have been decided by the Flemish government to start with a series of spending reviews to be finished at the beginning of 2024, so that they can be used for the next coalition agreement. And the topics vary. There is a topic on modal shift. There is a topic on water household in Flanders. And it has to be carried out by the line departments with the help of external experts. And then to wrap it up, as I said in the beginning, we have regulatory framework, but in my opinion, most important is that we will have also a budgetary compass, the so-called expenditure benchmark. Until now, in our country, no government is relying on an ex-ante budgetary compass, but Flanders has decided also in the regulatory framework to install expenditure benchmark from 2025 onwards. It has been prepared, the blueprint for an expenditure benchmark already in 2010. It has been fine-tuned in 2021, and now the rollout will be from 2025 onwards. And what is important, in the benchmark, each policy domain, each minister will be entitled to a budgetary envelope. It will be with an annual growth rate in real terms. Of course, indexation is granted, but the result should be that given the budgetary envelope, if there are new demands for new policy proposals, that each minister should become its own Minister of Finance, so that spending reviews, but also ex-ante review of new policy measures could be used to spend the budgetary envelopes in a more efficient way, in a way that the good policy get the money. This wraps us up. Thank you.
Perfecto, muchas gracias. Now we're going to go with the Q&A.
Much. Vamos a empezar con la sesión de preguntas y respuestas. So we're going to start the Q&A session with the public present here or online. Is there any question from the audience here? Yes, please go ahead. Is a representative from the IREF, the Independent Fiscal Responsibility Authority of Spain, IREF. Muchísimas gracias por su presentación.
Focus on the best practice and the special case of London. I would like to ask you about recommendation and proposals. I think that you have presented a clear map of the best practice in many, many areas. We have after the strong work to have the evidence about if the policies are working or not, we have the job to design proposal. And this is, especially for us, this independent institution, it's very difficult to do that because you have to propose different alternatives because some options have winners, others have losers, and therefore you have to say something. No? And then I would like to ask you about the best practice to design a proposal, especially focus on remain a strong independent when you are designing these different alternatives, especially because sometimes some proposals require more expenditure, others have saving, and it's not an easy job, especially for us. You spend alone 1 month or 2 months after to have the evidence to design this proposal. And I would like to know a little bit about the best practice and also your experience when you have to design different proposal and recommendations. Thank you very much.
Maybe I can take this question. Okay. Thank you very much. So this is a very pertinent question. I would like to mention that in many other member states, the spending reviews are not conducted by the Independent Fiscal Council, which actually we think it's a very valuable approach, and so we praise Spain for taking spending reviews in this way, but they are conducted by the Ministry of Finance. So in that sense, the independence might be easier, but even worse. It depends on how you look at that. Our best practice proposal would be usually to present the different options in a way that is as technical as possible with pros and cons, but then for us, the decision on the reform options should be a political decision. And ultimately, the political decision should be motivated, either in political terms or what makes sense, but we see it very difficult then to implement the reform options by policymakers or by, anyway, the ministries, if these are not being endorsed and chosen by the government. I don't know if you want to
Yeah, maybe I can add a bit to this. I mean, I completely agree with what you were just saying on this, but I think it's also important, and I mean, it poses the setup in Spain, which should be praised, definitely. It poses certain difficulties as well. I mean, in implementation, I would just assume when you have to implement, because you are a bit external, it can be a bit more difficult. So, I mean, I would say that a best practice with echoing what has just been said, to also have as many voices as possible, so it's really difficult to argue against what you're proposing. I think this is something we see. If you have, like, external consultants, you have consensus, you have different important stakeholders supporting what you're really saying within the work when you're doing the spending review, it's always going to be more difficult to argue against that. So I think this is also, and it also links to the transparency angle that we talked about as well. I mean, if you publish, if you have it an open, kind of like, the open discussion about it, it's always more difficult for those who are political leaders to argue against implementing strong reform options. So I think that would be something, and completely agree with what has been said before, but it's just this, and it's a really, really problematic area in many countries. I mean, I was just talking to, we had like a very good workshop with Denmark the other day, organized by the EU. They have a long-standing history of doing spending reviews, and they were talking about exactly the same thing. So, I mean, it's just something that I think gets better with longer tradition of doing spending reviews, but I would still say that those factors, having many strong voices, having the transparency factors will definitely kind of make it easier with time.
Yeah, the good thing is sometimes the evidence is very clear. This is sometimes only using quantitative or qualitative method, you have a very clear result. But sometimes required to make some using microsimulation or something like that, required to propose different alternatives. No? And this is maybe the more difficult time, because sometimes the different actor make an interpretation of your proposal, because you put in a basket 2 or 3 options, and they think that it's your option. And for an independent institution like IREF, it's really difficult to put in a sort of basket about proposals. Sometimes maybe the proposal will be 1,000 options, 100 options, and it's not an easy job. What do you think about in your experience in Flanders?
So in Belgium, the Fiscal Council stresses the importance of spending reviews. So in its latest reports, it always stresses that we should carry out or use spending reviews. And for the moment, the Secretary of the Fiscal Council is also, with the help of the GG reform, trying to work out an expenditure benchmark at the regional level. So that's the support which is coming from the Fiscal Council in our country. On the contrary, if I refer to our pilot, for me, it's best practice that spending reviews are carried out by the line department in conjunction or in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance. And that also we rely on external experts, academics. For example, the empirical analysis which was carried out during the pilot, we don't dispose of experts who can carry out the difference in difference methods. So it was, and also the reputation for doing that. So that was a useful support, or was a useful exercises which helped to underpin the series of options we proposed in our final report. So we offered the policymakers a menu of options. First, some strategic options, and an important strategic option was, if they were looking for money for consolidation, that given the difference in elasticity, demand elasticity, with difference in price elasticity versus the elasticity with respect to the tax expenditures, that one could reduce the generosity of the fiscal or the tax expenditures. There are also some options, more tactical, in the sense that, of course, one could reduce the consumer price to stimulate further or to enhance the use of service voucher, and to balance the budget, one could reduce the generosity of the tax expenditure. Or another technical advice was to limit the maximum amount one can deduct in personal income taxes per household and not per individual. And it's in favor of singles, because then they could rely more on the use of service voucher to enhance work-life balance.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? Well, I have one. And what is, in your opinion, is it convenient to link the spending review policy with other, with gender perspective budgeting or green budget?
I mean, yes, definitely. We would definitely see this as a benefit, but I have to say it's also easier said than done. I mean, it's not an easy task, but I would definitely recommend, because what we have also seen, I mean, during the past 2 decades or so, I mean, countries have been extensively implementing budgetary reforms. I mean, that's been a really big burden on many countries to implement all those reforms. So this alignment of different reforms is really important to have in place. And then, I mean, we've also seen that it's difficult to consider environmental consideration, gender perspectives, well-being aspects within the budget process. It tends to be something that's done kind of outside of the scope, and then you just do the budget process and no one thinks about, what beautiful reports is lying out there. So, I mean, this is a really good, if you do it within the framework of the spending review process, integrate a gender perspective, and this can be done gradually, for example, just by what you were pointing out with the female proportion of females in the spending review pilot that you did. I mean, just point like, you don't want to make cuts within areas that will be harmful for gender equality. So it doesn't have to be really difficult, but starting out by integrating and having gender experts within the working group that's doing spending reviews, we have seen that as being very beneficial among countries that are starting to do this. And I think green spending reviews, I mean, the UK has been doing green spending reviews, Ireland and Greece is now doing them as well. So, I mean, this is also something that we will see as a promising practice in the future.
Maybe I can top up just briefly.
Yes, please.
So we've been working a lot with member states on green budgeting. And as Alfred already mentioned, one way to approach greening the budgets could be within the budgetary and spending review process or framework. For us, you could start at the basic by tagging your expenditure items and indicating whether they're green or not. But then you could go a step further and doing a proper impact assessment analysis, clearly not for all the budget, but for the major policies. So this is definitely something to be pursued.
Perfect.
We start a spending review or a broad comprehensive review with a series of questions, and these topics could be involved when relevant. So I think it's a natural question to consider.
So is there any other question from the audience? No. So I would like to ask three of you for a final statement to wrap up your I mean, what would be one key message that you would like to deliver each? Thank you.
Spending reviews are necessary, but not sufficient. We should align our budgetary process. For example, use a budgetary compass as an expenditure benchmark, use performance-informed budgeting to increase the success of spending reviews.
Necessary, but not sufficient. Great.
Yeah.
I would say that spending reviews are really a tool for impact and for change. And this is really necessary now, probably not sufficient, but really it is the moment to start working on that. Because there is so much that needs to be changed with respect to policy making and budgeting, and we have very high consolidation needs, so go for it.
So many interesting takeaways, but I would say, I mean, now spending reviews are essential to have in place. It's not something that's nice to have, it's something that governments must have in place. However, I would just say it's really important that when countries are scaling up, as you are doing in Spain, spending reviews and strengthening practices, to keep an eye on savings, of course, reallocation, but to remember also that it's really important, as has been noted, to work well with other entities to be able to implement the results in a good way.
And I would like to add something that, I mean, spending reviews should be useful. I mean, they should be used, the conclusions, I think, of the spending reviews, because otherwise it's a lot of work to the bin, right? So, thank you very much. Ahora vamos a ir a la pausa de café. We're going to do the coffee break. Y volveremos a las 12 para la sesión final y después la clausura por la viceconsejera. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Cuando queráis. Bueno, buenas tardes. Comenzamos, si se sientan ya los últimos. Bueno, muchas gracias antes que nada y buenas tardes por acudir a esta tercera sesión, digamos, de la mañana y del programa que tenemos sobre Spending Review, ¿no? La mesa redonda que vamos a llevar a cabo, el título es «Cómo afrontar un plan de Spending Review». Hemos estado hablando antes, sobre todo por parte de los ponentes, los conceptos básicos, fundamentalmente, y alguna evaluación práctica concreta de la Unión Europea que se ha realizado al respecto, pero en esta vamos a intentar darle un enfoque en el que sobre todo intentemos medir cómo llevar a la práctica, digamos, los trabajos de campo, los informes, etcétera, que realmente son los que dan despliegue a lo que hace falta, que es una revisión de las decisiones que alrededor de las políticas de gasto pues permiten hacer estos mecanismos de revisión del gasto público, de evaluación del gasto público, como el Spending Review. La forma en la que vamos a enfocar esto es, yo voy a ir lanzando algunas... Bueno, perdóname, antes me iba a presentar, me pasa lo de antes igual que Carlos. Soy Eduardo León, director general de presupuesto de la Consejería de Economía.
Also, in the Ministry of Finance, the Regional Ministry of Finance here in Andalusia, and we are fully immersed in developing and designing the best possible measures in making our regional budget as streamlined and as efficient as possible. And so this type of seminar today is very relevant to us, and it is, I think, relevant to everyone as a whole in terms of making public expenditure more efficient. So, as I was saying, we have three participants from three different entities at today's panel discussion, and we're going to see how we distribute the time in the most adequate way so that we don't have any overlapping. First of all, we have these three experts with us who are all partners at private entities that have been involved in spending reviews, and they have been commissioned by IEDF in one way or another in their capacities. So these experts are highly capable, have the expertise necessary that can guide the discussion towards some of the more practical issues involved in spending reviews. And I think the final objective is to make decisions. And so first of all, I would like to introduce the three members of the panel, and then we will go to the debate and the discussion, and hopefully we will have lots of feedback. And at the end of the day, what we want to have is for everyone to have the opportunity to pose questions or clarify any doubts that may arise. First of all, we have Maria Romero, who is a partner at Analistas Financieros Internacionales, or AFI, and she has provided technical assistance focused on the study of spending reviews and particularly the public sector financial instruments available to Spain's productive sector, as well as studies on urban waste management. So she has a degree from the University of Alcalá de Henares and is a partner at AFI, has over 12 years' experience in strategic planning and analysis, and a long track record in economic forecasting and microdata analysis using econometric techniques. She is also an experienced public policy analyst, having participated in 3 different projects coordinated by ARF as part of its spending review program. We also have a representative of PricewaterhouseCoopers in substitution of Jordi Esteve, who cannot be with us today. We have Felipe Garcia Gonzalez, who is director of the Division for Subsidies, PricewaterhouseCoopers in Seville. He has a business administration degree and a law degree from the Pablo de Olavide University in Seville, and has been with PricewaterhouseCoopers for 14 years and is an expert in European funds and subsidies provided to the regional government by European funds. He has also ample experience in collaborating with the public administration, and he has been instrumental and although he is replacing Jordi Esteve, he has provided a lot of technical assistance to IDEF. Felipe can give us a perspective which I think is extremely important to the regional government of Andalusia. And I've always been very curious about the auditors and how we do things in spending reviews. So if you can see those twofold objectives, that of auditing and reviewing, perhaps that can unveil some of the uncertainties that I have and perhaps reveal something new about the technical part of the exercise. And I think you have been very generous in agreeing to be with us today. Thank you so much for that. And then on behalf of the Applied Economic Studies Foundation, whose acronym is F.P.A, we have Ángel de la Fuente with us, who has also collaborated extensively with IDEF. He has a degree in economics from the University of Pennsylvania, is currently executive director of the Applied Economic Studies Foundation. And his research has had to do with regional and finance and regional policy. He has authored over 70 articles in different professional journals, such as the Applied Economics Review. And he has also been a consultant to the European Commission, the World Bank, the OECD, and numerous divisions of Spain's public administration. So, of course, he has a very long track record and a very high level of expertise in regional policy and in particular the regional finance and budgeting processes. So I think he can provide an enormous amount of insight from his perspective. So at the end of the day, I think what we can do is just open the floor for you to kick off this panel discussion in no particular order. I just want to insist if we could try to be as practical in terms of talking about how to develop a spending review program in the practical sense and on the groundwork, because we've seen the more theoretical backdrop in the previous sessions. So perhaps the first question I would put forward is that what can spending reviews offer to administrations that decide to put them in place and to the staff responsible for the policies being analyzed? So from your standpoint, I'd like to ask the big question. And then what? After the report, after the review, what happens next? What can it offer? And how can it have a profound effect? For example, when an administration is going to commission a spending review, how can we feel that this is going to be different, that this isn't going to be the typical report, that it's going to be able to actually be a launch pad, so to speak, of policy-making decisions that will be much more efficient and sustainable? Thank you, Eduardo. And my sincere thanks to the organizations for having invited AFI to this roundtable discussion today. In response to your question, as you know, in theory, spending reviews of public expenditure are not based on one single objective, but are very clearly directed towards instrumentalizing the budget in a more efficient manner, so that we can streamline policies and programs based on evidence, based on what works, what doesn't work, what reaches objectives, what fulfills or meets goals, and what doesn't. So probably we are designing on the basis of success stories, so to speak. So it's a very powerful tool in the sense that it not only provides policymakers, but also the managers, those responsible, those who are accountable to put a program in place, to use the best practices, to be able to detect areas in which improvements could be made, and at the end of the day, design a policy that is evidence-based, which is really what we need in today's day and age. we have to feel that administrations are participants in the process of putting in place policies that have the backing of a strategic plan, that are based on evaluations, that are based on reviews, and the actions actually take hold when they are up and running. So only when a program is up and running and is taking into account all of that assessment and evaluation that took place prior to that, because if not, it's not going to work, because scrutiny and an in-depth, rigorous study of a spending review is an enormous amount of work. It requires important amounts of resources. So able to make that amount of work and time and resources worthwhile, it would be to be accountable to those recommendations and to those proposals that have been made. Thank you, Maria. I would also like to thank Eduardo for my participation in this roundtable discussion, because my colleague Jordi Esteve feels unwell today and is not able to be here today. But I would like to thank the organization for giving me the opportunity to be here in his place. As Eduardo said, I am an auditor. Most of my professional career has been focused on auditing, and only in more recent years have I been more involved in consultancy and other services that AFI provides. So I think it is interesting, as Eduardo said, to see from the auditor's standpoint how we may have a role to play. But I think we also need to point out that public expenditure was heretofore about execution, about application, whereas nowadays it's not so much that, but rather how we monitor and control the actual application or execution of a program. So it may seem simple at first sight, but it isn't as simple as it looks, because getting greater efficiencies from public expenditure can be much more difficult when you're working with the same amount of, or even fewer resources than now. People think that the more money you put into something, the more efficient it's going to be, or the better results it's going to get. But that's not necessarily the case, as we all know. So if we look at the spending reviews, it's important to see that if we are starting from efficiency and efficacy as a starting point, and then we go to a need in a systematic and in-depth analysis of expenditures, and we reach a point where we have to limit inefficiencies so that we have a better culture of efficiencies, we have a very complex scenario. So a spending review, without any measure of doubt, is an opportunity for reflection and in-depth analysis, and so that all of the stakeholders involved in that expenditure are on the stage. We have to look at the implications. We have to look at objectives, and we have to see what kind of a return that program is going to have. Especially when we're talking about European programs, we have to look at the impact. We know that the EU requires us to have impact studies in place. So it is absolutely vital for us to create an awareness amongst the managers, program managers, and if we focus on that in the spending review, of course, we're going to have that in place so that when the decision-making phase comes around, these questions will not be new ones, but they will be something that has been taken into account from the very initial stages, based on evidence, based on performance, and as well as based on optimum data that has been gathered. And with all of this in hand, we will be able to make better decisions. And it has to be, and it necessarily is, a complex process. By its own nature, it cannot be a simple process. And so it has to be done in a very organized and coordinated way. And everyone has to be, shall we say, made aware and capacitated to take on this challenge. And in a spending review, everyone that is involved in public expenditure has to be present, not only the reviewers themselves, but in conjunction with the as we say, the review champions, the ones that have commissioned the review, because they are going to be the ones that are going to be implementing these programs, and they are going to be in the focal point, and the capacity our citizens have in demanding programs is limitless. It's endless. But what we have to be able to do is make sure that the public administrations have the responsibility of putting in place those programs that ensure viability, sustainability, and efficiency. A spending review is a very specific tool for analysis for each and every government. And if it's done well, it can potentially have enormous utility. And it can improve efficiencies and based upon two prior conditions. And I said, again, one, if they are well done, they are going to have long-lasting effects, and the political willingness to listen to proposals, take up recommendations, and, shall we say, embrace reforms and changes needed, then they can be of enormous utility. And if not, they're not going to have the expected outcomes. So the format of a spending review is, as my colleague said, very complex. And so some people are not as open to the idea of a spending review because of the complexities that it perhaps entails. But it has to be something that is accepted by all of the stakeholders. Well, thank you so much for that first round of responses. And I would like to ask another question about what do you think is the best model, the most useful model for developing a spending review? Do you think it is best to be based on global policy analysis, horizontal expenditure groupings, or smaller scale programs? So if we look at a budget as a whole, in its entirety, we have, for example, line items, for example, electricity supply for the administration. We look at the line of subsidies that are available in the area of innovation, etc. So what do you think is the very best model to base a spending review on when you're looking at the budget as a whole? So you have to select a model. Well, from my own personal viewpoint, I would go one step at a time. I would not look at the entire public expenditure as a whole because, as I said at the outset, you can't compare expenditure in healthcare with expenditure in education. We have or employment. So I think we need to go one step at a time and select those budget programs or policies, and I'm saying to get started, to get things off and running, it's absolutely important to detect areas where improvements can be made efficiently and with fewer difficulties. I think we will be paving the way for the administration's management of that program, and we're maximizing the ability for them to incorporate the recommendations and proposals that we put forth. And so the contribution we can make is not only that, but I think we also need to have a set of criteria in terms of the scope of expenditure. So again, I'm referring to the very initial steps in putting a spending review in place. The model has to be based upon especially those areas that are considered vital and necessary for the development of the society at large and the community at stake. And then thirdly, although we're going to talk about this a little bit later, I think in order to begin to carry out a spending review, we need to look at those policies and programs that have the criteria needed, the requirements needed that a spending review needs. For example, the prerequisites are extensive. And so I'm going to talk about this in a few minutes, but a spending review can only be done if a set of prerequisites are met. And so we need to look at those prerequisites. And not all programs have enough information or the quality of data that is needed for a high-quality spending review. And if they do, some of these programs don't have the data available in the right format. So here I'm thinking about the impact evaluations or efficiency-based reports. So even these evaluations do provide data. They're quantitative, but they're not qualitative. They don't always have the documents available that can be traced back to the regulations that underpinned those action plans. So again, we have to be sure that everything is traceable, everything is in the right format, everything is comprehensive, and so those are the three prerequisites. We have to have a magnitude and amount of data. It has to have impact-based parameters linked to it, as well as make sure that the conditions are there for a spending review to be done. Because if not, we will not be getting the project off in the right way. So I'm going to continue along with what Maria was just saying and give you my own viewpoint about this.
And see the relative importance of the different line items in the budget and study the high size components of the budget. We cannot lose sight of the fact that when we carry out a spending review, what we are intending to is to make the budget more efficient. So we have to analyze those big expenditure that are really needed for society, in which the budget really has a margin for improvement. So the budgeting organization, the structure, may not be the right one for this kind of analysis. Maybe we have to come up with different theme approaches, but then the information that we get will be an aggregation of small line items, different institutions, agencies, public businesses or public companies, different ministries. So we have to find these important groupings, as we say, social services, healthcare, and education. Once we have identified the big components of expenditure-wise of the budgeting, then we have to identify where this money comes from, how it is allocated in the government. Because unless we start by clearly identifying, we won't be able to gather the appropriate data. So we identify where is the money coming from, where is the money going to. We will have to analyze these expenditure items. We'll see what is the true, what kind of data we have, whether these data are really able to give us enough information for a thorough analysis, or maybe we just have limited amount of data and the analysis will not be a thorough one, will not be useful. And once we have identified that, once we have realized, we have really checked that we have the right data, then we start the analysis and we reach a conclusion and a recommendation. I agree with you in general, but I would like to add that in all the different possibilities that you mentioned are of interest for us. It is different whether we analyze the budget as a whole or whether we can go into a very small detail and identify concrete things that can be modified or reformed. But it makes sense to see the big overview of the budget, and then we can go with the microscope and see what the small detail of the budget and identify how to start with the program possible savings and how much resources we're going to invest in the spending review, because we can spend a lot of money in very small items that apparently are not important for the spending review, and in the end they will, because these little amounts altogether end up being a big amount. The third question is, what are the main challenges in these projects? What are the real practical hurdles that we have. You're talking about lack of appropriate data. You're talking about that there are some programs that one cannot evaluate because there is an absence of indicators, an absence of targets, objectives. So what would be the challenges that we will be facing when tackling these kind of projects? If we can go in depth beyond what you've already said. I start because it is the way we started. But anyway, I think we referred to this already before. I think it's very important, the coordination between different levels of administration. Let me give you a practical example that I was part of. In the 3 projects in which I have the pleasure to work with IREF for the spending review exercise, the coordination and cooperation between different levels of public administration was key for the success of the project. When one carries out the quantitative evaluation, but the qualitative evaluation is also requires also the cooperation between administrations. But there are certain data without which you cannot carry out your work of analysis. And sometimes you encounter programs that are co-funded by different administrations. Let's think of the employment policies. Let's think of employment policies that the Junta de Andalucía wants to carry out a spending review on the active employment policy that they have in place, the Junta de Andalucía has in place. In order to evaluate this program from the quantitative point of view, you need the cooperation of other administrations like the Social Security. So you get the data from all the labor history of all the people that were part of the program in Andalusia, because you need to compare that evolution of those who were beneficiaries of the program that is at stake with those who were not beneficiaries. So in order to compare from the quantitative point of view whether the performance of ones or not, and then see the causality and see whether the program is really being the performance of the program. So we need the information not only of the employment service, but also of the social security. So cooperation between administrations. And up to a few years ago, we didn't have any cooperation between these 2 parts of the state administration. So from that point of view, to have access to this statistical information would be key in order for us to carry out this spending review. So cooperation, if we really want to evaluate, for instance, the employment policy, we would never be able to do it without the cooperation of these different institutions. And it is also extremely important, the cooperation and the active participation of everyone, of all the stakeholders of the program under evaluation. And when you get this participation of the and this cooperation between the evaluator and the reviewer and the people in charge of the project, if there is a cooperation between that, review is not audit. An audit is something that the organization, the program under an audit feels that it is being like scrutinized and he feels guilty. But when we talk about a review, people think it is, oh, these reviewers come here to tell us how to do things. They will tell me I'm doing things wrong. They will start really complaining about the way I work. And it is, we need to make people that are under scrutiny understand that we need their cooperation in order to detect the problems, the failures, and also the things that are being done properly and things that are very good that could become best practice, and shed light on this evidence-based way of carrying out the spending review. So we need to really raise awareness between the reviewer and the institution under review, and also then the decision maker has to also be able to accept the results, the outcomes of the spending review, even those who no one would like to hear that this program is not working, it's not efficient because of the way it's been designed, for instance. But we are talking about a positive criticism. We're trying to make things better, to improve the program. So the decision maker needs to understand that this spending review exercise is there to improve, to help make better policies, better public policies. And we try to have multi-annual plans. I'm sure Maria Casado referred to that, in order to have a midterm horizon, time scope that goes beyond that particular mandate of the current administration. And the European Commission, the OECD, referred to the lack of appropriate methodology to gather the data, to have robust indicators. Sometimes there are policies. I had to review some policy that didn't have any indicators, only the indicators that were required by the European Commission, because they had to report on those indicators. But these indicators, the administration was not curious about whether the program or the policy was really fulfilling the objectives for which it was designed in the first place. So the statistical information really helps deciding on or reaching the first conclusions on whether this policy is really working, is really needed, will be useful for the future, has margin for improvement. And I will refer to that later. I can identify 3 challenges. There is a basic challenge, which is to have all the stakeholders aligned with the spending review exercise. We all have to share the common objective of the spending review. It is extremely difficult to work when one of the stakeholders is contrary to the exercise or is clearly against it, and it does not, they do not accept the whole review. A second challenge is access to information, not only to the quantitative information, but also to the qualitative information. The quality of this information is very important. Everything that has to do with access to information, because the information may be protected under the data protection regulation. So the institution that is under review in this particular spending review needs to have the ability to provide the data, and analytical accountability. It's also is very important. These analytical accounting, which includes all the variables, not only direct costs but also indirect costs. And as a third challenge, I would say, once we have all the stakeholders and interest groups and the different agents convinced of the need for this exercise, once we have the information, the teams are ready to access the information, then the final challenge would be to have the political support from the administrations to continue accepting the recommendations and make these recommendations something practical, useful, that really changes reality. The whole process implies a lot of difficulties, from the government that commits the review to the entity that carries out the review. And there are 2 challenges that are not easy to solve. Sometimes the terms of reference are not clear. The questions are not clearly realistically set. They don't have clear deadlines, and at the end of the whole process, these terms of reference will not really tell the person who has to to fulfill them and give the right information. So the administration who's asking has to have realistic questions with realistic deadlines, with realistic challenges. Otherwise, it won't be useful. And in the majority of the terms of reference that we've seen are not useful, and the questions are not the right ones. So the answers will not be the right ones. And the second challenge is how you choose the teams of reviewers. With the current legislation of public contracts, and right now, at the end of the day, the cheaper offer, the cheapest offer is the one who gets the job. So for spending review, I don't think that price should be the first criterion for choosing a particular team. You need to double check that the team is qualified to do the spending review, that they know the necessary methodology, and it depends on the different approach. Sometimes what you need is a very complicated statistical analysis, and there are not millions of people being able to do that, and there are people who are in research centers, working in research centers or universities, and you need to identify the experts that are really good enough to do it. So the terms of reference should identify the technical filters that will end up with the right team for the right task. And this is a true challenge that I've faced in many of the circumstances that I've come up with. And I've been present in or being part of many of these teams as an expert. And your position is quite weird, because you are a member of the team, you are part of the team, and then at the end of the day, when the current work starts, they don't really listen to you because you are an external person, and somehow they feel you interfere with their work. So there should be a mechanism or a system that will enable these real, true experts to systematize the results of the work. And this is not easy to achieve, really. So the terms of reference, the selection of the review teams, and the internal balance within the team are challenges that are not simple to tackle. And we really need to approach this in order to guarantee the necessary quality of a spending review exercise, because it may happen that the one who gets the contract is not able to do the job, or if there is somebody in the team, this person is not really listened to for whatever reason. So there are true difficulties. Let me complete this. What Angel is referring to is an absolute must. And I would add to that two other ideas. The technical excellence, I don't think that the excellence is not necessarily in the universities, or there are cooperation mechanisms with the academia, with the academics that know very well the different techniques that will work well. But the experts are not only working for the universities. You can find very good experts in other places, in private businesses and elsewhere. And I think that transparency regarding methodology is, again, another must for this to be successful. And this transparency is a key, because if one shows the methodology that has been used in order to get the results it is showing, you do it with a clear objective that anyone that knows the technique, that knows the methodology, can come and see and criticize that methodology. So transparency is a key element for the spending reviews, because it is a complicated task, particularly regarding the quantitative technique, because that is something that requires a high level of expertise and know-how. But there are systems of public-private cooperation, and we have very good examples of this private-public cooperation, in which we can end up having very high-level, very good quality assessments of spending reviews that anyone can test whether the methodology that was used was the right one for that and I fully agree with you that in order to do high-level, good quality spending reviews, you need to have high-level, good quality reviewers. From the external reviewer, as we mentioned before, and this is key because the external reviewer needs to be independent. Would be very weird to see that the own administration's experts review itself. We need to have external experts, and then we have an institution like IREF can really play the mediation, the intermediation role with the councils of experts, advisors from academia and other spaces in life in order to really support the whole evaluation. I will now fly away from the questions I have on my paper, but I have been working for many, many years, decades, in the auditing exercises, and maybe we have a long-term vision, and we see that this tool may be a repetition of other tools in the past that were a clear failure. But something that for me is clear is how the decision maker, the politician, has to decide whether this report, the conclusions, the recommendations are implemented or not. And that has an impact on the citizenship and on the ideology of the administration, whatever it is in power. And there is another important key aspect that we forget, the economic cycle. I say that when we were in the growth years, if we need to talk about spending reviews during the good growth part of the cycle, talking about this is impossible, at least in Spain. When we have a very low level in the economic cycle, when we see that the whole financing, the growth is not there, we are in the midst of a crisis, it looks like this is the right time to talk about spending reviews. That would be a question that I would like you to dwell on. But besides the growth because of inflation or tax revenue, and we see if we have a 3-4 years planning, if we really understand what is the actual income revenue of the different the tax revenues, and sometimes we have people that seeing this tax revenue, they would not be so much concerned about efficiency, or other moments in which we have less revenue, less income, then they are more willing to do the spending review. So what is the right moment in the economic cycle that we can really convince the decision makers to use these kind of tools, because they may have a bad results with the citizenship in the elections if they don't use the right, if they don't have the right expenditure that people perceive as the right one, and they will not implement the recommendations because they think that those policy recommendations are not the right ones to win a new election. So how we can link the economic moment of this cycle, the political impact of the decision of the decision maker when using this kind of tool, or we can separate these aspects from the tool as it is. But the possibility of those who are leading a particular government in a particular area will be, of course, better if they know what resources they have and how they spend it. I don't know if you understood me. I agree with you, Eduardo, that the economic cycle, the political cycle may be a limitation for this kind of spending review, but we should not forget the fact that many of the recommendations of these spending reviews are about spending cuts, not necessarily. From the experience we had in the operational audits, we had a lot of recommendations that came as a surprise for me, being part of the working team, because there were certain recommendations that increased the expenditure in certain line items because the service was not well done, well serviced with that limited amount of resources. Let me give you a very easy, simple example. The expenditure on research, expenditure in the labs in Andalusia for the animal health was very, very limited and was not enough to guarantee the animal health that we needed. And these labs would be a source of income for the administration. So the amount of money that was spent in these labs was not enough to have any results. So out of the evaluation, it came out that they needed to invest in these kind of labs and allocate more resources to that. And then we need the political will and see what is the right economical and political time to implement that particular recommendation, because the recommendation obviously will be implemented depending on the political moment. We all know that. But any time is good for the spending review. But we need to have the information in order to make a good informed decision. And the decision makers are making decisions at every minute, but we cannot be just look at the short term only. We need to also look at the long term. I don't think there should be a relationship between the political moment and the spending review, but in practice, maybe when things go well, it is the right time to launch programs like this, that maybe when things are not when the recommendations are not the ones you like. So maybe even if they are launched in good times, the results are not the ones you really want or expect. Maybe it is true what you said before, that when in the good times, the good moments of the economic cycle, maybe they are not ready to accept spending reviews and recommendations, because maybe when there is a context of growth, these recommendations are not even heard, not even listened to. But I would dissociate this from the different cycle, economic cycle, because this is, again, what I was saying. We have designed policies without any real evidence-based information, thinking that these policies we think that may be good for certain sectors of the population. But if we don't make these decisions with basing on the evidence, then it's just an exercise of goodwill. But we need to really have evidence-based policies. This is like eating. We need to do things that really make good to the population, to the citizenship, but not only for the public administration. In the private sphere, in the private sector, any program should be audited, evaluated, assessed, reviewed. Maybe that particular company doesn't need that particular program. So this is something that you need. You need to design your policies based on the evidence you have, and this is something that was not present up to now. And then it is an accountability tool in order to have a very good result. And this is something that is analyzed by a robust expert third party and not the politician in power, something that we haven't done, but it is not late to start doing it. We need a change of mentality, of mindset. We need to include this in the regular current activities. We need to review the things we do and make decisions, reform things, and assess that again at a later stage. And then we know that in the private sector, accountability is something that they have to do at all times, with the clients, with the suppliers, at all times. I think that the requirements, the challenges we have, the conditions, the situation of the administration, I think the answer was very clear from your comments. But if we want to have a stable program at mid-term, long-term, that somehow this is a common practice that is embedded in our way of work in the public administration, where should we really focus our work in order to achieve the stability of the spending review and that spending review stays there? We are talking about pilot programs, but it would be good to know how we can do it in order for the administration to end up having spending review as part of their normal, regular daily activities, so that it becomes part of the really core activities of a public administration. We're talking about IREF carrying out these reports, but if the different ministries and local governments and the different levels of the public administrations, the efficiency analysis is always left out because there are other priorities, other things to do, and we always have the urgent there and the necessary gets forgotten. How we can include this in the midterm, in the long term, in the public administration? I think that we should stop thinking of the spending reviews and thinking in a larger evaluation systems. Strengthen what we have and try to have new assessments. We usually have in the regulation the ex ante evaluation, which is the regulatory the impact assessment, and normally these impact assessments that are carried out ex ante are not good because they are not done in the right way, but there are some policies in which the ex ante is important. So before you build a road or a new airport, you should have serious assessment criteria of cost benefit with this. And sometimes you need to also do ex post analysis, even if we don't call them spending reviews. And we should have a clear assessment agency which is really independent. And what we are talking is to bring back to life the former eval that didn't work because they were not independent really, because it was an agency in which the Board of Administration was members of the ministers that were going to be assessed. So this is not the right recipe for an independent evaluation. And they want to bring this back to life and not much more than that. We should be serious and have an independent institution that depends, that reports to the parliament and not to the different ministries, but rather civil servants, but that are people with experience, with know-how, and external members in the Board of Administration of this independent authority that can decide on what to evaluate. It is not only what the government wants to evaluate, to assess, to review, but also that this independent authority can be a filter that really helps draft new regulations that may be needed for this kind of exercises.
So I think we really need a very solidly based independent authority that has the wherewithal to carry out spending reviews in a very objective way. There are obviously advantages. We all know that, but as a fiscal watchdog, there are also drawbacks. There are negative aspects. So we need to ensure that there is a wide range of reviewers, so that one is not perceived as I said, as the fiscal watchdog, and rather have other stakeholders involved in the process as well. The spending reviews I've seen up to now aren't by any means mandatory. So is that positive or negative? Well, I would say that when we make something mandatory, people oftentimes take it as something that has to be done as a drudgery, as something that is not paid much attention to because it's just seen as an obligation. But when it's not mandatory, oftentimes it's done in a more conscientious manner because you're trying to get improvements, and there is a follow-up, and there is a number of recommendations. And so I think it's more of a mindset thing. I think we're living times in which change is the only constant, and so this is just another change that we need to internalize. I would go even further. The strategic planning of a budget, it really is useless if you don't do anything with it and you put it in a drawer. But if you have a plan that it has a time frame to it. I mentioned this earlier, where you have budget resources, and you can extrapolate your resources from the political cycle of government. But also when we analyze sectors for spending reviews, and we are working in a particular region such as Andalusia, there are, for example, regions that have selected certain areas of the economy that they want to do spending reviews on. And I think the regions themselves know very well what their synergies are. And I think it would be good for the regions to do spending reviews on many of the same programs that have been reviewed in other regions, that is the thematic lines. Just to give you an example. In the first spending review, we evaluated regions in their employment strategies, their employment policies. We also saw how the voucher system was reviewed in Flanders. We've also seen spending reviews in active employment policies in different regions of Spain. Why don't we do those same spending reviews in that same sector in other regions, looking at their programs and looking at some of the battery of policies that they have in place in terms of budget relevance that affects one of the major problems that affects our population in Spain, that is unemployment is a severe preoccupation of the population. And so I think we need to provide options to improve the situation. And just like in other countries, we can see that you have to come up with something that poses an improvement, that brings about greater efficiencies. And so if we can rely upon best practices and we can rely upon positive contributions, I think the public administrations would see us in a different light. And I think this is absolutely crucial for that mindset change to take place, as my colleague said. And as an external reviewer, that is really the best model, I think, for a spending review, because I've seen it in practice that AIREF also commissions other entities to carry out spending reviews in conjunction with them, because it guarantees higher levels of independence of the utilization of best practice methodologies, as well as using past experience that can be applied in areas that have been reviewed by third-party institutions. So that is essentially where there are experts in both the public and private sectors. We, as consultants, we pertain to a network of best practices, and we collaborate actively with institutions that are highly acknowledged. The Valencia Institute for Economic Analysis, or the CENET, which is knowledge for technical assistance. And we also collaborate very actively with other consultancy groups that are made up of experts from the world of academia, from universities that are researchers on the topic. Because if you contrast all of this, all of their findings, and contrast all of this, you're doing a much better job, because of course if we're all using the same set of data and we're all using the same methodology, well, it's very unlikely that we're going to come up with better solutions. So that's why AFI is very keen to working with other institutions and collaborating, because I think only in this way can we overcome many of the bottlenecks or obstacles that inevitably come up during a spending review. So when we're evaluating programs and policies, if IDF is the institution that is commissioning the review, well, the public administration can also bring in other actors such as academia or other consultants onto the scene. And so I think we can contribute a lot, especially in the initial stages of a spending review, and become sort of the breeding ground for introducing spending reviews as one of the basic tools the public administration can have in making expenditures better, not spending more or less, but spending better. We've also talked about the topic, something that came up earlier in the day, one of the more general aspects of spending reviews. And here I'm referring to an ideal world, shall we say, if we're talking about a regional government. We have the different branches of government. Where in those branches would a body exist that would be in charge of managing spending reviews? It would not be legally mandated by a law, but there would be a organism, a body in the government. Would it be in the Ministry of Finance, or would it be in the General Auditing Commission of a government, or would it be in the political branch, that is the Ministry of the Presidency of a regional government? So where do you see that collaboration of IDF taking place? Obviously, if we're going one step further and saying that progressively, gradually, with a strategic planning process in place, and spending reviews become much more the rule of thumb, where would we place that bureau or that organism that would be in charge of following up on the recommendations that are provided through a spending review? I think we would need two. One in the parliament and other in the presidency, the regional ministry of the presidents, and in two different places, because in the parliament we would have representation from all of the regions, but then in each particular region there's definitely a need for these spending review champions that was mentioned earlier this morning. The champions are the ones who commission the results, but they're also accountable for the implementation of policies that embrace or include in their framework the recommendations and proposals made by the spending review. So this presumes the fact that is we are presuming that there is an acceptance and there is an open mindset towards spending reviews, but there has to be a technical side to it as well, and the technical side requires for as you say, a formal branch of government to be set up, or a bureau within a branch of government to be set up, so that there is an accountable entity for the implementation. I fully agree with my colleague, because it has to be the drivers of change have to be in a place that is close to the government decision makers, and it has to be close to power. But of course, the auditors, the general auditors, state auditors also have the technical part of the work to do. So it's not anything but a complement to the entire process. In this type of spending review, there are the technical and the economic aspects to take into account, in addition to the political. I wouldn't put it horizontal completely in line with the administration. I would separate it because that's sort of the chip that we have in mind, that generating data, information provided doesn't have to be in the same hands as those that execute or manage the fund. So it depends on the country, and it depends on the region. It works well as a mechanism in other countries, and so I don't see why it wouldn't work here in Spain. But I really think that there has to be a separation of powers, and there has to be a separation of responsibilities. And here is where I agree with what my colleague said earlier. It's not the matter of the administration doing the review, but rather supporting and having the staff and the capacity building and the indicators, data and information. All of those prerequisites have to be in place so that the spending review can be done and then implemented in accordance with the regulation, in accordance with the recommendations and proposals. So I think we're doing pretty well on time. Thank you so much for that. I think we are doing very well in covering many of the topics I wanted to cover during our panel discussion. But in any case, if you would like to leave us with a final message before we open the floor for Q&A, I don't know if there is one final key message you'd like to leave everyone with, or not. Not really. I'd rather hear the questions from the floor. I don't know if anyone online or here in the auditorium. I don't see any hands up here in the auditorium. I think there is one over here on this side. Antonio? Introduce yourself, please. Antonio. Antonio Tuvio, coordinator for budget follow-up and economic development in the regional government of Andalusia. You were talking about the challenges of spending reviews, and I think we need to take into account the funding of spending reviews, because are they funded by European funds, or are they reliant upon our own resources? Do the funds come from Brussels? So that is a question that I pose. If we're talking about changing programs so that they become more efficient, is this something that Brussels would see as a potential program to be funded? And so, if spending reviews, however, if they are on the other hand are auto or self-financed, so shall we say, with our own resources, the Ministry of Finance would be selecting really those programs that would undergo spending reviews, and perhaps with a view to structural changes in those programs. So that's really one of the reasons why spending reviews are done, because they are looking for greater efficiencies, to cutting out inefficiencies. So taking this into account, I would say that this is an important aspect that we need to consider when talking about who pays for the spending review. Well, we can't unilaterally decide not to fund spending reviews. We can't, just as we can't close schools, or we can't stop providing public services, we can't stop funding spending reviews. Analysis and review should be one of our structurally funded activities. And by no means should it disappear from the budget. If not, we're not in a good situation. I'd like to add that separation of funding between, for example, regional funding or European-based funding. Well, European funds already have a certain amount of analysis and review inherent in them, because they have to rely upon a set of indicators. So there's a minimum amount of analysis that goes into efficacy and efficiency when any program is funded by EU funds. Now, when it's regionally funded, I would say that they are a bit less, they're less exposed to analysis. So I think independently of wherever the funding comes from, I think spending reviews have to find their place in our entire cycle. And in the entire budget cycle, you're analyzing all kinds of criteria: the relevance, the pertinence of policies, of whether you're meeting your goals, and implicitly you're looking at anything that is co-funded with Europe. You are looking at all of those criteria, but we're not necessarily looking at the impacts. That is, can we attribute to the policy the results or the outcomes of that particular program? And so I think that is where we see spending reviews setting themselves apart from other kinds of analysis and reporting. And it's absolutely key to understand whether the resources are being well spent or not. It's going to condition your future decisions. So there are policies and programs that can be considered essential and could never suffer cutbacks or be reduced. But obviously, we have to also cover areas in which the private sector is not providing necessary or basic services or basic needs of the population. But I think we need to differentiate the real reason for spending reviews, which is not only reporting and evaluation, but also looking at the impacts and the performance of policies and the amount of follow-up and the stages of investment, because spending reviews go far beyond any of those issues, and I think serve a different purpose. When we're funding our own lines of action in the budget, we see that expenditure has become structured in such a way that everything except pensions is a structural expenditure. And so it's not really meaningful to have a spending review, some may say, when the spending is entirely dependent upon central government financing or European funding. So if you're looking at things such as homes for the elderly or residential care or health care, we're looking at sums of money that are huge, and they're concentrated in specific sectors of the economy. So there may be decisions made, for example, in the healthcare sector, that everything has to be financed because we have universal health care. But there are other lines of investment and in subsidies provision in which we can see that huge cutbacks have been made, and perhaps there should not have been as much of a reduction in those areas. So I think that's what we are seeing in the regions, and I think there is a vast array of situations and circumstances in the 17 different regions of Spain. Any other questions from the floor?
This will not be a question, but rather a feedback on several of the questions that have been put forward regarding the AIREF, and in order to clarify the role of this independent authority, and also to share my opinion on some of the opinions that have been stated here. Some of the questions were really addressed to the AIREF, or at least I felt I needed to give you some clarifications about this. What is the role of AIREF? I think that this morning I tried to explain what was the role of this independent authority, AIREF. Right now, AIREF is an institution that has a certain role to play in the intermediation of the spending reviews of public policies. But we coordinate the spending reviews. Now this has changed with the creation of the division within the AIREF. We are a small research center in different areas: healthcare, social policies, education, active employment policies. And we are using three types of profiles to get the expertise, the know-how. On the one hand, the profile from the academia, the private sector, and a lot of expertise and know-how within the administration. When one talks with people who's been working for 25 or 30 years managing public policies, I can tell you they know public policies very well, and they know the weaknesses of that public policy, because director generals, we go from one department to another. But those who are there for 25 or 30 years managing that particular public policy, they know it upside down. Maybe they don't have the methodology, the ability to really evaluate, assess, and maybe they don't have the resources that private consultancy firms can have to mobilize resources for the spending review. So IREF has different analysts from the best universities in the world. IREF can find those people. Then people who really know as managers in the health sector. We have a member of IREF, of our division. He's been managing hospitals for 15 years in Andalusia. What is the real situation, the real problems every day in the everyday life of a hospital? And somebody who's just in the research world doesn't necessarily know this. And third, this human capital, human resources that we get from the private consultancy firms. We have 21 persons going to all the different healthcare centers and hospitals in Extremadura, and these are real people, individuals going to these physical places and collecting and gathering information. So IREF has a minimum number of personnel, of staff that knows more or less a bit of the different area of expertise, and then we try to find the rest of the needs covered with the external actors. So we are in favor of the quantitative, qualitative methodology with the managers who have been managing policies for many, many years. I have statistics on how many hours we devote for each spending review. More or less 200, 250 meetings with managers every time we carry out a spending review, and Maria knows that very, very well. We have weekly meetings. Today we have 17 meetings regarding the different spending reviews we are carrying out at this very moment in IREF. All the stakeholders are important, and all of them must be heard, must be part of this. And the review of the different public policies is a multi-agent policy. We need to have a champion, someone who commissions the review, but then we need a lot of external agents, stakeholders that are part of the review. I think that I don't agree with the idea that any institution that centralizes all the spending reviews of all public policies, this is absolutely impossible, and particularly will be more impossible if this institution has to carry out this evaluation for the 17 regional governments in such a decentralized country. I think this idea is far away from the day-to-day reality, and IREF can be a hub to centralize this process. We are doing that for the central administration. We're starting to do it for the regional governments. We're trying to do the best selections with the best standards possible in order to put together the three elements that are needed for a good quality spending review. Because, as I said in my presentation, we need to be realistic. And I would ask from the academia two elements to contribute to this good success. To be realistic in their proposals. They have a very extremely good knowledge, and that they are able to work on time for the administration. This is also important. The assessment, the results, the outcomes of the spending review cannot come 4 years later. This decision maker that wants to implement the reform needs to get results, outcomes very quickly. The consultancy firms are used to do that quickly, but maybe the academia should speed up their processes. And the consultancy firms, I ask them the same thing, to really do things in a speedy way so that they can inform the decisions of the decision maker before they are out of office. And let me end up in a positive note, on a positive note. We've been working on this for 4 or 5 years. There are many, many stakeholders who really want to do these spending reviews, the principle of efficiency and transparency. But very often these are not the motivations for public managers to require to commission a spending review. And we need to understand, the reviewer needs to understand what is the reason behind the commission of a spending review, because the reviewer needs to be part of the project, because somehow this way, this will make proposals to become a reality, because there are, we've met managers that say, it's okay, I want to see what are the weaknesses of my public policies, because they need to improve and they want IREF to help them and to tell the European Commission, the mass media, the academia, what's going on with a public policy. This helps the public policy manager to improve, to implement good reforms. So we have several motivations beyond efficiency and transparency, and we need to understand what is the product that is being commissioned by the spending review champion. And let me conclude by saying that Spain, let's stop winning, because Spain is part of the OECD. I was is not only one evaluation. I've worked in the London School in CPE, the Bank of England. I was trained there, and I can tell you that in the Anglo-Saxon world, evaluation is an interaction between the academia and the people who commission the spending review, what we call the evaluation champions. We are not in a bad position, really. I think that we are in a good position in Spain. We don't have a lot of know-how, but we have certain level of know-how. There are people working for the public administrations that know very well the public policies. The network you've set up is a network of people that really know how to work in a cooperation. We share the same language. When we work with the academia, there are many universities that are working together to come to the IREF as a consortium, and I really feel very happy to see that there are also governments commissioning assessments or evaluations to spending reviews to other actors, not only to the IREF, because there are many people outside IREF who really know their way around, particularly in the regional policies, the regional public policies, as sometimes there are really, when I see that there is a call for proposals for an assessment review, for a spending review, and that it is given or to a group of experts that are really able to do that spending review at a very high level. So I wanted to say this before we conclude this morning's work, and not to be so negative, because when I talk with my French, Italian, Dutch colleagues, I don't see that in their countries they are so much developed. Of course, the Anglo-Saxon world is more developed regarding these reviews, but in Spain we have more and more know-how within the academia, the private consultancy firms, and the public administration, because 4 years ago this was not even mentioned in public fora. I am not talking about a single agency or institution to carry out every spending review, but what I was proposing was a strong agency that coordinates the system and that commissions the evaluations to those who really know how to do it. And regarding the position of Spain compared with other countries in the OECD, I am a little bit more pessimistic than what you are. I think that IREF is the focal point, the reference point for this, because all the public administrations go to the IREF because they know that in IREF doors are open and to the public administration people. The working teams must be, of course, made up of people from the IREF, the consultancy firms that have this agility that these kind of processes need, and also the academia, the civil servants, the managers of the public policies that know and have the specific knowledge. All these multi-agent approach is very much needed. Any more questions or comments? Muchas gracias. Tengo una pregunta.
If you compare Spain with other EU member states, you are very well advanced in the process of spending reviews. The discussion that I see here is well mature, so I cannot not congratulate with you all for the good steps forward. I share very much what has been discussed in the panel regarding the need for a cultural change, which could possibly be led by IREF, for example. But before the cultural change or as part of that, and the capacity building that this requires, we learned that the data is an issue, and it's not just access to data, it's really availability of data that sometimes are not there. And so on this, I wonder whether we could all think of considering for new programs that are adopted to have a requirement that any new program have a strategy or a methodology to present data. We are experiencing this also in some other member states, and the idea would be, for example, you have a new mobility budget, and then you would want to know how in 2 years from now this mobility budget can be assessed. But I'm not sure this is done at your level, or this is feasible, because it could be extremely challenging. Thank you.
There is a problem with data, and part of it is the reluctance of the different administrations to share their own data. For instance, in one of the IREF's spending reviews, one of the issues to be analyzed had to do with the effect of scholarships at the university level. But it was impossible to get education on people at secondary level, so it was impossible to study whether scholarships increase university attendance. But those data exist, but they're in the Ministry of Education and they didn't want to share them. So maybe as part of the reform of the evaluation law, which is now in Congress, there should be a provision there that obliges the public administrations to contribute their data to things that are of public interest, something like that. I mean, I know that there have been attempts to organize repositories, and there has been some advance, at least in labor issues, but we do need much more work on that.
Yo por completar, nada, totalmente de acuerdo con lo de...
This, I fully agree with what you said. From the very beginning, you need to ensure that what you need for the spending review is there. You need to have a methodology for the gathering of information and the data. And second, that the indicators that are available are the ones you need. So in the ex-ante assessment, it's something that needs to be part of the process. When one starts thinking of reviewing a program, needs to really think of these two aspects from the very beginning before starting the review. And I agree with Angel that sometimes we have data, but sometimes these data are so protected, so sensitive, that it becomes a huge hurdle for the reviewer to access that information, even though we have processes of encryptation and anonymity and everything. But these are complex issues, and it requires time to have the necessary information that may be very useful, but there are some red tape processes that may be difficult for the reviewer to have that. So IREF has really made things easy to access new data, and this is very important because IREF has facilitated the coordination between the different levels of administration. I think we are now closing this second panel, but if there are any more questions or comments, please. Good morning. My name is Julián García. I work in the Finance Ministry of the Junta de Andalucía. regional government. In 2005 and 2006, the Ministry of Finance at central level and all the regional governments carried out 2 reports on healthcare spending, in which the healthcare expenditure was done from the macro approach to the different line items that were more meaningful. We analyzed all the resources, the different levels of expenditure in the healthcare service, public policy, and there were a lot of conclusions and recommendations and about how to solve the problems. And amongst these solutions, the different regional governments were asked to share the best practices that they implemented in order to improve efficiency. And there is a good report on very good and best practices on healthcare policies. And for the success of these reports, which I think were quite successful, first of all, there was a comparative study on the health expenditure between the 17 autonomous communities, and also the proposals from the managers of public policies, health public policies in the different regional governments. And that is a wealth of information, and maybe these reports can also be very interesting when reviewing the expenditure of the different autonomous communities. I fully agree with you. I mentioned this before. The problem is that not all the levels of administrations have the data available in such a way that we can guarantee that comparisons are the right ones. I wasn't there in the spending review of the health care expenditure, but I think that one of the problems that reviewers faced was that the information that was at hand was not gathered in such a way that they could enable comparison between the data. So the problem is not only having data, but having a common methodology, standardized methodology that will enable the exercise of comparing them possible. And as what I said before regarding employment, there are a lot of synergies, not only comparing whether one is better than the other, but rather sharing best practices that are carried out in different administrations that other administrations can copy or adapt. And this would very much improve the efficiency of our public administrations, so that that would benefit the whole of the society. Comparative analysis is one of the techniques in order to reach real good conclusions, whether you compare different regions or different countries in our same space, geographical space. This is, and if you do it along the timeline, the evolution of the policies. We've already done this in the different cooperative audits that we carried out and other kind of analysis that we carry out in PwC, so Pricewaterhouse. But the regional authorities should start covering different possibilities of different assessments, spending, reviews, evaluations, and those methodologies that are shared by different communities would be very good when we have the data. And the analysis you're referring to from 2005, 2006 is a very good example of that. At the European level, we can have that because most of the statistical information that is a requirement of these European Union, Social Security, the Public Employment Service have the same way to deal to manage information, even though different autonomous communities will have different ways to use or gather, collect information. But if the information is collected in using the same methodology, that will make the reviewer life easier. So I think these are sensitive cases, and we need to ensure that there is a cooperation between the different administrations so that the reviewer is able to access those data, of course, with the highest level of guarantee for the protection of the personal information included in those sets of data. If you are doing a spending review within a particular regional government, you cannot get information from other level of government. So if you did that on a recurrent periodical way, maybe you would have already the necessary mechanisms of cooperation in place, and it would facilitate the life of the reviewers. I think that is a good end to this second panel. Thank you for your active participation. I think we have a very good idea and a very clear idea of how spending reviews should be carried out, the growth strategy of these tools, how this is a very good tool in order to improve the efficiency of the public expenditure. Thank you all very much, and thank you to you all people attending this conference.
Bien, se me oye, ¿no? Pues nada, después de la intervención.
Well, after hearing that very interesting roundtable discussion, and we had foreseen the presence of the European Commission and the DG Reform and the regional minister to be with us today, and now we have the deputy regional minister for the area of economy, finance, and European funds. And I would like to apologize for the absence of the minister, the regional minister, who is not able to be here. But I would like to thank Jose Maria Casado, the director of the Public Expenditure Evaluation Division of the Independent Authority, to Carlos de la Paz, to Felipe, who has worked with us so extensively, as well as to the DG of the European Commission, Ms. Eva Bova, from the fiscal unit to the Directorate General for Economic and Financial Matters, as well as to Mr. Algood, the General Secretary of the Department of Finance and Budget Regions of Flanders, as well as all of the very well-esteemed colleagues and partners with us today. As you know, I have been the counselor for the General Accounting Bureau here in Andalusia. I've worked in different regional bodies, and I am now here at the Regional Ministry of Economy and Finance, and my obsession is operational auditing. And I feel that the compliance with efficiency and efficacy in the public exercise of its responsibilities is absolutely key. And I think we need to undertake all of the responsibilities of the regulations in force and to comply with every single cent of public resources that we have at our disposal. So having said that, the taxpayer knows that, and citizens and the public at large hold us responsible for that. And they want to know where their money is being invested, how it is being spent, and how well it is performing in the programs that are being put in place. And there has to be flexibility. There has to be capability for regulating and adjustments. And I think the government has internalized that idea. We're already drafting the bill for simplification of the economic and financial regulations, and we have 150 new regulations about to come into force, because that's what the citizens are demanding. Simplicity, transparency, how, when, and where their money that is so hard-earned is being spent. So in this regard, I would say that I must show a bit of a discrepancy with Jose Maria Casado, because I don't think we're that far behind. He said that we still have a long way to go, but I wanted just to mention that when I have a presentation in front of me, I always like to look at some of the data that I have here. The amount of resources and data and information that is provided to the government is done in such a way that it can be used, and taxpayers can save thousands and thousands of euros. And so as we are spending the taxpayers' money, we have to be accountable for that. And obviously there are a number of new measures that are going to be put in place in order to have a result of millions that will be saved. This is something that is not only our responsibility, but governments across the globe, including the United States, is showing where as small amounts as $100, $200 are being saved in this or that different program. And we have different auditing agencies that we've seen in the UK that are perhaps light years away from what we're doing. But we have seen that reports are being done in terms of public efficiency, funds expenditure efficiency. And I have a quote on the wall in my office, and the Council of Ministers sent a letter to all of the secretaries of state in the UK asking them to evaluate all of the public policies and measures in which they could save even the smallest amount of money. Between 23, 24, and 25 letters were sent out to each of the different ministries, and they have started to become accountable for showing in a report how they can make their programs more efficient. And in the independent control of expenditure in the UK, we have learned about the successes and failures of former governments in order to better our efficiency levels. So they are going across the board, requesting for measures to be put in place so that efficiency can be tracked and adjusted if necessary. So this is a little bit along the lines what Antonio Tullo said. It doesn't matter really if it's regionally funded or EU funded. It is the resource that we have at our disposal to improve the lives of each and every one of the Andalusian citizens who depend upon their government to provide basic services as well as to cover all of their needs. In order to do so, we have to become more efficient, and we have to take into account the economic cycle, the inflation rates, and we have a huge challenge ahead of us in terms of the economic crises that is being caused by higher inflation rates, higher costs, consumer price indexes, etc. So anything that is self-funded or regionally funded is basically focused on healthcare, education, security, all of those very basic needs that have to be covered. But there is a lot of other needs. There are a huge range of needs that have to be covered, or assistance could be provided at different levels. I'm not talking about spending more or less, but rather spending better. I don't know if any of you were at the presentation in Malaga of a Extenda Global. Extenda is the regional body for economic development in Andalusia, and they had a regional summit in Malaga last year. They were talking about ways in which economic development could be supported in our region, and there were a lot of B2B meetings from every country around the world, from European countries. We had consultants, we had business people, we had even the public administration and the regional ministries there, as well as legal experts and technical advisors, and everyone was congratulating us. They were saying, what are you congratulating me for? They said, because look at the list of companies that are here and the companies that we had to actually turned down because there were too many. We couldn't accommodate all of the companies that wanted to be here. So when you see that, when you see the interest that companies have in being here in Spain, and the reason why they want to establish commercial relations and trade relations with Spain, it's because there is something in Andalusia that is attracting investment. So in 5 or 6 or 7 months, we carry out studies on this. I'll let you know if those investors actually came here and if Extenda Global celebrated last Wednesday was a success or not. And only by using those performance-based indicators can I say if something was a success or not. I can't accept congratulations beforehand. And so that's why it's so important to have public policies that have that follow-up, that have that performance-based indicator available, and the impact has to be able to be demonstrable and proven. And so that's why it's so important, everything that was said today about how spending reviews do precisely that. So we can see that 56 different agencies are already involved in doing spending reviews. We have the future ahead of us. The future is not showing our citizens a law and how it was analyzed and how it was put in place. What the citizen wants to know, what the everyday citizen wants to know, is if those resources that were spent on that particular program actually met the goals that it was set out to accomplish, if that money that was spent, which was spent with taxpayers' money, was actually successful in terms of the impact and performance that it rendered. So I think only in a number of years we will have internalized this. We will be much closer to the levels of the UK and other Anglo-Saxon countries that are far ahead of us in terms of spending reviews. But I think it's never late if you don't. It's never late to start. And so with this, I leave you with that thought, and I wish you all the best for the future. I would like to thank you all for being here today and for learning so much more about spending reviews. It's been a pleasure to be here with you, and I want to thank each and every one of you, all of the institutions. I want to encourage you to continue to working along these lines, and so hopefully we will be able to speak of our success in years to come. Thank you very much. I would simply like to say that with these closing words from the Deputy Regional Minister for Economy, Finance and European Funds, I would like to announce the closing of today's event. It was a pleasure to have all of you with us today. We hope you have found it of maximum interest, and thank you to the organizers for the successful organization of today's event. Thank you and good day.